Perry Manassian. So he is now running the show for the Angels. Meanwhile, New York Jets are planning a change at the quarterback position with their owner, Woody Johnson, weighing in with some criticism of Justin Fields, saying, that they got to turn around points of this game. It's hard when you have a quarterback with the rating that he's got. He's got the ability, but something is just not jiving. If we can just complete a pass, it would look good.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. I would say happy Tuesday to everybody, but it's not a happy day.
It's most definitely not happy.
There's nothing happy about today. It was a rough evening, very rough evening for our beloved Mariners and all Mariner fans out there, and we're here for you. Text line is open at 866-979-3776. You can weigh in on the game, weigh in on what happened, what should have happened. We'll get into the particulars of the game, and then I think as time goes on, as you get a little distance, you're able to appreciate how big this season was and how positive it was in a lot of ways. Nobody wants to hear that today. I get it. We don't want to hear silver linings and, well, hey, at least this happened and this was great. We'll get into that stuff as the days go on, but there is a lot of it. I'll just say that.
Well, yeah, there's plenty to be happy about, but I don't think anybody wants to do anything but complain today.
Yeah, and that's fine. I get it. Trust me.
Totally.
Trust me. I just
hope that people don't pull the Super Bowl 49 thing where they just kind of tune out.
They turtle. They just put the fingers in the ears and go, la, la, la. I don't want to hear it.
Nobody wanted to hear anything, no excuses, nothing. And, and it's so obvious, or I should say opposite of what you get on the East Coast. I mean, in cities like Philadelphia and the Yankees, those fans,
Chicago, all those cities. I'm guessing if they took calls, the phone lines were banked.
Yep.
Texts were rolling in. I mean, they are ready to rage. They want you to know why they think everybody stinks and everybody should be fired and traded and all of that. And some of it I get. Trust me. I should open the show by apologizing to my neighbors who listen to the show.
Yeah.
Because they probably think I'm psychotic. Yeah. Because I was screaming at the top of my lungs at the TV last night. Screaming. My dog was looking at me like, what in the world is going on? And it was just...
What'd I do wrong, Bob?
Bleepity, bleepity, bleep. You got to be bleeping, bleeping. It just, just lost it. Lost it last night. 8 outs away.
Yeah.
You were 8 outs away from getting to a spot this organization has never reached in their existence. And to have it dangling right there, I almost feel like it would have been easier if they got it. If the Blue Jays just kind of came out of the gates and just lit them up. Yeah. I mean, that still would have sucked. That still would have been brutal. But just to have that carrot dangling right there, you were right there. You were 8 outs away. You had the lead. And
well, and
I don't even have the words.
Probably nobody wants to hear this. I'll say this, though. Going down, I was doing the pregame show. Me and Rabel, we do a hit down, and they put the game up inside, and people were going nuts in there. And this is, the pregame for the Seahawks Monday Night Football game, obviously. And, it was just such a feeling of, like, community, and you'd hear people. At one point, I was up there talking because we had to do our hit, and everybody started booing. And I'm like, I hope they're not booing me here, but... Yeah, everybody was like totally invested in the Mariner game, and then they put it on in the pregame in the stadium and everything. It was really cool and just great. But then we get into the game and somebody says, "Yeah, they lost 4-3." Springer.
Did they put it up on the big board?
I didn't see it. I didn't see that.
Normally, I'm at every Seahawks home game.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it last night.
I couldn't.
There's no way I could have sat in that press box and watched on my iPad or something and not absolutely lost my mind in there. I would have had to have been removed by security. I mean, seriously, it was, you know how it is in that press box. It's like being in a library.
Oh, yeah.
Like everybody whispers, there's no cheering for those of you that don't know. In the press box, you're not allowed to cheer.
You would have been kicked out.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't have been able, I would have had to run out into the walkway out there and just screamed like Julio did in the clubhouse last night. I got off social media. I was like, I don't trust myself with what I want to say, how I want to respond to some people. I'm shutting it down. I'm shutting it down for the night. So trust me, everybody, I feel your pain. I know your pain. And my goodness, just there's a lot to contend with, a lot to cope with. But again, for the few people that get mad when we focus on the negative and all that, how come you're not talking about that? We'll get to, what was part of this season, because there was a lot to wrap your arms around and arguably the greatest season in the history of this organization. Yeah, without question, and for a lot of reasons. But that's for another day. We'll get into that. Ryan Dempster will join us coming up at 3 p.m. We'll get his take on it. Russell Dorsey, Yahoo Sports, MLB Network, Apple TV. He's all over the place. He's going to join us at 4 p.m. And then El Hombre, who was even rooting for the Mariners, was texting me. And
oh, was he?
Yeah, he didn't after the game. I only got a couple texts after the game because I think people knew better.
Yeah.
I didn't respond. I was just, like I said, I shut it down.
Yeah, I got to admit, even though I was calling the game and everything, I was like, I wonder what Bob's doing right now.
Melting down. Yeah, you just realize the grind. And look, we're fans. We work in the business. We're all on this ride with the team, and you realize how long that season is. 162 regular season games, and then you get through this life and death battle with the Tigers, and you 15 innings to survive and move on, and you're getting through the number one seed in the American League, and you're 8 outs away from the promised land, and to have it just yanked out with that guy, with George freaking Springer, cheater extraordinaire. And for those that get tired of hearing that, tough. It'll never leave. I will never stop referring to him, Altuve, Correa, any A.J. Hinch, everybody that's involved. As long as they are involved in baseball, I will always refer to him as that. I do not care what anybody thinks about it. That does not die. It doesn't. And by the way, there's a reason. It's not just here. It's not just me. You see it wherever those guys play. Yeah. They hear a resounding chorus of boos on the road. It's not because they're all great players. There's part of it is that. But Vladdy doesn't get booed the way that Springer gets booed. Yeah. Vladdy's 10 times better than Springer.
Right. Well, and I remember during the pandemic when I think Toronto was playing their games in Buffalo.
Yeah.
And actually, it was a game that Ryan Roland Smith was doing where he wasn't allowed to talk. That's another story.
Oh, with Brian Kinney, yeah.
But you could hear, it was one of those games where you could hear people, and somebody was like, yeah, you're on our team, but I still think you're a cheater.
Yeah, I mean, that's the baseball. The fans have a long memory, and for the Houston fans, or even the fans that aren't Houston fans, are like, okay, no, it's not enough. They never suffered a penalty. They never paid a dime in fines, the players. They didn't serve a minute of suspension. Nothing happened to them, and they showed no contrition. None of them did.
Was that most of your rage? Was
yeah,
that
just how they handled it.
Last night.
Oh, yes, 100%. I could have. Look, I would have been furious no matter who it was, and we'll get into the decisions that were made. If it were Vladdy, if it were, Jimenez again or I would have still had the same reaction. But the fact that it was him made it just that much worse.
Yeah.
That much worse.
And it's funny with Springer, I didn't really have a whole lot of hate for him until this series where he got hit in the kneecap, right? So he's fallen down and writhing in pain or whatever. But I can't remember who was pitching, but somebody pitched him kind of up and in, and he was kind of like disgusted, like looking at the pitcher like, what the hell's going on here? What are you doing? I'm like, what? Don't
soft.
What are you talking about, man? He didn't like buzz your tower or anything. It was an inside high pitch.
Yeah.
And he was all pissy about it. It just that kind of really brought. I mean, he's on the level of Altuve in my book now, and especially after hitting the game-winning home run.
Yeah, look, he's a hell of a player, he was clutch for that team. I'm not even debating that part of it. It's just who he is, what they were involved with, and that'll never die until they're out of the game. Yeah. What? And you guys can text in on this 866-979-3776. Again, we're going to go through the particulars of the game, but I'm just general question for the Mariner fan out there. What is the biggest? There's not one singular reason, by the way, but what's the biggest reason this team is not in the World Series? What's the biggest reason that they lost last night, in your opinion? Text that in 866-979-3776. There are a lot of moments you can point to. I don't know that there are any wrong answers. I also don't think there are any absolute answers in that if you would have done this, this would have happened. Had you done this, this would have happened. You don't have any certainty to any move. Yeah. Okay, so we can start with the bunt of J.P. Crawford, which I had a little issue. Not so much the bunt. I don't have a problem with that because I felt like it was going to be a low-scoring game and that you need to squeeze out some runs. And if you got that opportunity, do it. Here's the problem. You're bunting to get to 8 and 9, to Rivas, to Canzone.
Right.
I have no faith in Rivas, who has been a guy that gives a great at-bat. He typically is going to go up there, see some pitches, make the pitcher work, often will work a walk. Had two of the most horrific at-bats he's maybe in his entire career. He swung at a pitch that you would need a tree log to reach. Like, I don't even know what he was seeing. His AB was so bad. Canzone's been terrible. And he's a guy that I looked at as a potential X factor. I thought this guy was on fire after he got called back up from AAA. He was hitting for average, hitting for power. He fell flat in the postseason. So the fact that you were bunting in that situation, the bunt itself, not a huge. I know a lot of people had a huge problem with that. I did not, but it was where in the lineup they were and who they were bunting to get to.
Right. If you're bunting to get to Cal,
to Julio, to Cal, to Naylor, to pretty much, Dave, anybody else. If I'm being honest, if I'm looking at the lineup saying, hey, even Gino, who has not had the great moment, certainly, and we'll never forget that. But yeah, I couldn't. I'm like, who are you trying to get to? Who do you have faith in to come through in this moment? Because you hadn't been getting it from that part of the lineup at all. So that's one moment we will look at, the pitching change. Who did you go to? Should you have walked Springer to set up the double play? Well, there's no certainty you're going to get that double play ball.
Right. And
then you're going to be facing Vlad. So with the bases due, so there's a lot of people that got on and there were absolute conclusions to these moves. Had you done this, this is how it would have gone. We don't know. You don't know. Some of it is, hey, you got to give yourself the best chance. And in some cases, these decisions did not set you up with your best chance.
Yeah.
But in terms of the outcome, you don't have any certainty.
Right.
So it starts, and I know that Ryan was talking about this. I actually called Ryan, talked to him after the game on his way home last night. But we just talked about some of the different aspects of the game. And one that he was on was, George Kirby, and he felt like Kirby should have been left in there longer. I understood why he pulled him. He didn't want him to see the lineup for a third time. Mm-hmm. Mark DeRosa, MLB Network, who we all know, and you have a particular fondness for, explains why he agrees with Ryan. He would have let Kirby stay in the game.
Give me a reason to take George Kirby out of this game, because he's throwing 98-mile-an-hour bowling balls right past these guys right now. So I would have a hard time even going to Wu in that spot, but then I would have had a hard time taking Wu out. So as he's walking, I'm like, okay, Munoz is coming into this spot. And then you could be all right with that. And then right here, I'm saying to myself, Wu's previous at bat in the bottom of the fifth, he took apart George on 3 pitches.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. I
match up there.
At the moment, I'm not going to, play Monday morning quarterback. I didn't have a huge problem with that at the time. I'm like, all right, we've talked about this. Better a hitter early as opposed to a hitter late. And if they were in the other part is we don't know, what they knew about George and how he was feeling and what Cal was seeing from him. So I'm going, all right, I can live with this. I understood why they did it. I also understand why people are like Ryan and DeRosa are saying, why did you do that? Yeah. But to me, that's not where the game was lost.
Right. Well, I mean, I know that we're going with what's the one thing, but
the biggest thing. What's the biggest? Because there isn't one thing to me.
Yeah. And to me, I guess it's more general. And it has to do with Wu. I mean, look, we were talking about this going into the Toronto series that, man, we've been doing all of this without Brian Wu. And ultimately, what you ended up getting out of Brian Wu, who's their best pitcher by far, there was never a point during the season where you and I went, okay, who's the ace? Oh, maybe it's Logan, maybe it's this. It was Brian Wu.
Yeah.
And you end up getting 4 1/3 out of him, and that's nobody's fault. It's just the fact that he got
4
injured.
1/3 out of
What's that?
who are you talking about?
Oh, you got 4 1/3 out of Wu in the 2 games.
Oh, combined. I was going to
Yeah.
say, he didn't pitch that long.
No,
last
no.
night.
I mean, yeah, he went 2 1/3 and 2, and gave up 3 earned runs in those 2 instances. So yeah, I mean, to me that was like not having Cal basically, in your lineup. I mean that part of it, I think that killed him.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
And I know it's not anything specific from last night, but I just think in general, the biggest reason why they lost that series was there. And it's not Brian's fault, obviously. He was fantastic all year, but, that killed you.
Yeah, it was. Look, you got through the first 2 innings with Wu. He was 3 up, 3 down. He was fine.
Yeah.
You get into that 7th. He walks Barger. Kiner Falefa comes up with the single. Here comes the bunt. You knew that was coming. Yeah. And then they bring in Bazardo. So he was – I didn't have a problem. To me, there's the argument, should you have left Wu in to face Springer because of what the previous at-bat looked like. I get that. Mm-hmm. But Wu also, to me, looked like maybe he was losing a bit of his command there. Yeah. And the change for me, again, I'm not going to Monday morning quarterback this one. I didn't have a problem at the time. I was like, all right, get him out. Get him out. But it was who they brought in. And – that was a first guess for me because Bazardo had just pitched 2 innings the night before. I'm going, okay, one of 2 things could be in play here. A, he's not completely fresh, 2 innings the night before. Now he's shown that he can go multiple nights in a row, and he's got a rubber arm and all that. The other part is they'd seen him. They'd seen what he's got. They'd just seen him the night before in a game and to me, if you want to question Bazardo, I'd question why you pitched him 2 nights or 2 innings the night previous when you were down 5-0. Mm-hmm. That to me is a more curious question. But looking at this game, I'm thinking, okay, this is a leverage situation where the game, you got the tying run on base and you got the go-ahead run at the plate. You got to face that situation, who's one of their best in Springer, with your best. Your best arm in that bullpen is Andres Munoz.
Yeah.
Your closer doesn't have to pitch the 9th. That's old school, philosophy. Well, here's my 8th inning guy. Here's my 9th inning guy. Here's my 7th inning guy. Here's my bridge. Whatever. It's the playoffs, man.
Yeah.
It's the closer goes where he's needed most in that situation. You've got your best arm. You can't leave him sitting on the bench, and you've got him in a beyond leverage situation with arguably the second best hitter on that team behind Vlad and George Springer, who's just been on fire. That's crucial. And I love Bazardo. He has been – you wouldn't be in this position without him. He was crucial to this team. But in that situation, I'm looking at it, again, two issues potentially, that he just pitched 2 innings the night before. What does he have in the tank? And B, how fresh is that image in their mind in terms of, okay, here's how he sequences. Here's what he's going to do here. And this is what his breaking ball looks like. And here's what this looks like. And Springer hit that like he knew what was coming. It wasn't middle. It was middle in. Little lower, but it was in the strike zone. It was right there, and he put a good swing on it. And that wasn't a certainty either. It wasn't, Bazardo's in, you're going to lose this game. But that's how it turned out. And that was a first guess for me. I'm like, I don't like this. Yeah. I don't like this move.
Yeah, and at the time you didn't like it, right?
No, no, and it wasn't the move of removing Wu. Some had an issue with, why didn't you leave Wu in there? I understood that because to me it looked like he was losing a little bit of his command. So, again, hitter early as opposed to a hitter late, because if he faces Springer and gives up the deep ball, everybody's going to go, Dan, you saw he walked a guy, he gives up a hit behind him, you see that he's faltering, why didn't you pull him out? So he would have lost that argument anyway. So I didn't have a problem with the timing of it. My problem was with who they brought in to face him.
Well, and I heard somebody say something about Dan. You talked about like that's from like 15 or 20 years ago, that style as far as
well, that's even the regular season. It's not even old school like, oh, well, they don't do that anymore. But that's regular season. He's your closer, right? Munoz is in your 8th inning guy is Brash, and your guy before that, your 7th inning guy is Spire. And, they kind of have innings attached to him, if you will. He comes in here, he comes in here. But when it's the playoffs, that goes out the window.
Yeah, it's interesting. Bazardo, this was, and he pointed this out, this is the first time he lost a game for the Mariners this season. So, and, I just wanted to get what Munoz said. He said, he's been awesome for us this season. Our one homer doesn't determine his season. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to be here. Please keep that in mind.
Oh, he's 100% right.
Great teammate right there.
And he's right. He's not just standing up for it. Look,
No.
he made a mistake, and Springer made him pay for it, but I'm not looking at, Bazardo stinks. Why is he on the team? He's 100% right. You are not in this position without him.
Yep.
He was absolutely crucial to what this team has been able to do. Again, the situation didn't set up for him specifically. Yeah. Well, we're going to get into all the details of this. So you guys can weigh in on the text line at 866-979-3776 with your thoughts on it. Let's take 2.
Yeah, something you guys mentioned real quick there. It was Jeff Passan who kind of outlined the 10 to 15 years ago, so we'll kind of dig into that at 4:30. He said that this morning. So
he said what?
He was going along your lines of saying it's a kind of a 10 to 15 years ago style of managing. With the old school.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll kind of dig back into that as well.
Great minds,
but
I guess, huh?
yeah, you and Jeff Passan, 2 great baseball minds there.
I know I wasn't up in time to hear him, I'll tell you that.
So there is some interest from a former Mariners manager. John Heyman of the New York Post reports that Scott Service is drawing interest from both the Twins and the Orioles for their vacant manager positions.
Good for him, man. I'm pulling for Service. I liked him. I think he's a good manager, and I hope he deserves another shot. He did a lot with a little here. He had great pitching and really not a good offense ever, and had 2 seasons where he won 90 games and was a Manager of the Year finalist twice. So he deserves that shot. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bummer the way that he left here. We just never got to see him again, and I'm glad that he's remaining in baseball. I mean, he was a good manager, no question. I mean, there was a couple of times where you thought he was AL Manager of the Year.
Specifically the one year when they gave it to Goofy from the Rays, and our guy Morosi voted that way, which I love John, but
only bad thing that John JP's ever done, right?
I can't forget it.
So there were 2 Monday Night Football games last night. Completely forgot Bucs-Lions was happening, but the Bucs did suffer their second loss of the season, and they also lost Mike Evans for what sounds like the entire season after he suffered a broken clavicle last night.
Yeah, I saw that play. I saw very little of that game, I'll be honest. I saw highlights, but I saw that play. It looked like he hit his head and shoulder. I don't know, were they looking at him for concussion?
Yeah, so he went out first with a concussion.
Oh, okay.
They carted him off. They said he's out with a concussion, and then afterwards it came out that he had a broken shoulder.
Brutal.
He forgot that he hurt his shoulder.
Yeah, that's how badly he rang his bell, I guess.
Yeah, that was. I thought it was just it looked like it wasn't that consequential. I mean, it didn't look like it was some horrible, collision. Definitely his head.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just one of those things that that's a bummer. The Lions look really good. Your favorite team.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Take 2 is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, how does this loss affect the way the Mariners approach their offseason? We're going to get into that coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
They restored hope to the loyal, longtime fans.
The Mariners will play in October.
And showed a new generation what October baseball looks like.
Get out the right bread and mustard, Grandma. It is grand salami time. Eugenio Suarez.
The next season will hang a new banner.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
Congrats on a great run, boys, from your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton here. And Bob, honesty and integrity is what sets Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine apart from others. And I've been working with Dr. Wagner for a long time, and I went in to see him about my right knee, and he's like, you need a replacement. So he basically turned away business, and you don't see a lot of doctors do that. Usually, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. But, I mean, he really gives it to you straight, and I understand that's the experience that you had with him.
Yeah, it's exactly the experience. I had heard you talking about it, heard the testimonials. So I was looking at surgery. I had a ton of issues with my hip after 14 years of jiu-jitsu and just the wear and tear on my body. And I was looking at surgery. So I went to go see him. Showed him all the MRI results, everything. He got all the info, and he said basically the same thing in that I can't fix everything. You got this wrong, you got that wrong, you got this, but this will go a very long way in helping you, which I appreciated. And I said, let's do this. 90-minute procedure. I'm in. I did it, and the word surgery has been removed from the conversation. It's night and day.
Yeah, and how long did the procedure take, by the way?
I was on drugs, Dave, so it was, I don't know, 45
they make you
minutes.
comfortable. There you
90
go.
minutes, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, so, I mean, it just, you hear so many good results from everybody that I've talked to, all the testimonials. So whether it's a shoulder, a hip like Bob had, an elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a month and bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
At Bible Law Group, we understand when you've got legal problems so biblical, not even an Etsy witch can turn your court case around. With James Bible and his team by your side, don't panic when your ark is lost in divorce or when a whale swallows your defense attorney. At Bible Law Group, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. When your legal problems hit biblical proportions, contact Bible Law Group and let our talented team of lawyers get to work, no matter the problem. Find us at BibleLawGroup.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
After replacing more than 100,000 failing lenses, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation with us about K2 Vision RLE to get your eyes seeing young again, permanently.
Go to K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com.
Has it been hot in your house this summer? Maybe worried about the cold coming in this fall and into the winter? might be because your insulation's just not up to snuff. That was my problem, Mike Salk here, and that's why I called Crawl Pros. They came out, they did a corner-to-corner inspection of my crawl space and attic, and they fixed that problem once and for all. If your home has any damaged insulation or no insulation in the attic or crawl space, you're bleeding money every month to heat and cool your home, but you don't have to. And even better, if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, 95%, but you gotta act now. Many of these rebates are ending at the end of this year, including the federal incentives. Let Crawl Pros come out and properly insulate your home before the cooler fall weather comes in. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. We'll get to some of your thoughts. A lot of texts coming in. I just haven't had a chance to go through them yet. And we'll talk with Ryan Dempster coming up at 3 p.m. If you're just tuning in, he'll join us. Russell Dorsey of Yahoo Sports, MLB Network, Apple TV. He'll join us at 4. And then our weekly conversation with El Hombre at 5 p.m. So a lot coming your way. Stay tuned for all of that. But it's gonna take a bit for this team, I think, to get past this moment. I mean, we saw a video of Cal last night. He'd certainly been crying. The eyes were red and watery, and I don't think he was alone. This is going to be a lot for them to deal with. To be that close, to feel like you had it. It was right there in the palm of your hand, and you were just steps away, and you came up short. It's going to take a bit, but it's. Again, I know people don't want silver linings and all that, but I think this is going to go a long way into sort of developing that hard exterior and understanding of, all right, this is where we're at. They watched that celebration. Some of them sat in that dugout and watched the Jays out there celebrating, and they're going to use that as fuel. You're going to take that anger and that frustration and regret and whatever you're feeling and turn that around and use it. And understand, like, all right, this is what it is on this stage. This is what it is when the spotlight is this bright.
Yeah, and you know what? I think for Cal, it's going to start to come around. I mean, like you said, you probably need a few weeks. Remember,
you need distance.
Maybe is it Luke Wilson? Yeah, Luke Wilson told us he went and drank orange juice in his basement and played video games for a week after Super Bowl 49, which was a odd combination, but that's Luke Wilson for you.
Was there anything in the orange juice, or was it just juice?
I hope so. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of probably what Cal's going to have to go through. But you look at it, how the year ended last year. I mean, it was basically with Cal kind of complaining about, hey, man, we need to take, more steps. And they did that at the trade deadline. So, maybe the biggest question mark for next year is how do we get Julio started fast? But I mean, it's interesting that it kind of, he's the heart and soul of the team. I think Cal is. So, but just those two, if you would have told him, hey, you're going to get to that point last year, I mean, I think he'd be pretty happy. Now you're never going to be happy unless you win the last game, right?
Yeah.
So,
but somebody's always going home disappointed, and hopefully it's the Blue Jays when it's all said and done. Go Dodgers! But it's.
Yeah, that'll be easy to root for the Dodgers.
Oh, yeah. Well, plus they've got my favorite non-Mariner, Mookie.
Oh, that's right, Mookie.
Love Mookie. So I would, and I love Shohei. I love watching that guy. There's nobody really on the Dodgers I can think of where I'm like, ugh, I don't like that guy.
Yeah.
But the Blue Jays, yeah, there are. But Cal after the game, obviously emotional and talking about, first blush reaction, explains why the season to him feels like a failure.
I'm super proud of these guys. It was a great team effort. Love every guy in this room, but ultimately it's not what we wanted. And it's, I hate to use the word failure, but it's a failure. And that's what we expected, was to get to a World Series and win a World Series, and that's, what the bar is and the standard is, and, it's what we want to hold ourselves accountable to. But, it hurts, but I don't want that to take away from, like I said, I'm proud of the guys in this room. I thought we fought all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's That should be the standard. You know, it's different if you're a team that's rebuilding and you're a team that's taken a step. Okay, we were this garbage year, the White Sox. You were losing over 100 games, and then you come back the next year and you're 500. You're like, all right, yeah, you didn't win the series, but you're moving in the right direction. So I get that. But the Mariners, you know, they're a team that we looked at and said that at least coming into the season, arguably the best 1 through 5 rotation in baseball. Give them the pieces offensively to support it, and you're talking about not only a playoff team, but a potential World Series contender, which they became without that rotation.
Yeah.
Which is stunning. Again, we'll get to the pluses, but that's a big one. That's a big one. When you look at what this rotation was not this season, and they got within 8 outs of the World Series despite that, that is huge. That is huge. So they are headed the right direction. They did take a step. It's again, not to shove silver linings down everybody's throat right now, but there's going to be a lot to reflect on in a very positive way. And hopefully, my hope is that ownership looks at it that way and says, look what we did at the trade deadline and look at the impact it had.
Yeah.
How about we do that in the offseason?
Right.
Huh?
That'd be a novel.
There's an idea. How about we come out of the gates with some additions that give us that spark?
Yeah.
That's my hope. My initial hope is you see what happened. You see how that impacted this team. What do you think it does coming out of the gates? Does that have an impact?
Yeah. Well, and you know that you brought up the rotation, and it's not like these are a bunch of old men. I mean, Castillo's getting up there, but also, you know, it wasn't what it was the year before.
It wasn't close.
You know, and so we saw the potential of what they had, and so, you know, with the offensive numbers that they came up with, they still, I mean, if you look at the Blue Jays and you look at, you know, just I was talking to Brent about that, like we got it from hitting home runs. They got it mostly just from contact. I mean, you look at...
Yeah, they're a high contact, low strikeout team. I mean, I think the Mariners struck out twice as much as they did.
Yeah. I think they had the second fewest strikeouts during the regular season. Yeah. And then they were number 1 in average, on base percentage, hits. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what they're more like that. But getting back to the pitching, yeah, there were so many question marks. I mean, remember how Bryce Miller started out? I mean, it was kind of a disaster, and he didn't know what was going on.
Multiple trips to the IL for him.
Yeah.
Every pitcher spent time on the IL except for Luis Castillo.
Yeah.
And you could argue nobody was really who they were other than Brian Wu.
Yeah.
He was your ace. He was your best pitcher.
And then he's injured.
Question. And then he gets injured at the most inopportune time. So he's out. The rotation was nothing compared to what it was the year before, and you came within 8 outs of the World Series. So that's definitely
incredible.
It's a conversation, certainly. Jeff Passan on with Brock and Salk talked about why he feels like this is the start of something big for the Mariners.
This feels like a beginning, not an end. And we have seen teams that have dynastic aspirations reach this point and go backward. I don't see that with the Mariners, though. I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise. And look, for all that we think that Colt Emerson can be and Johnny Farmelo can be and Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan and Gerangelo St. and Laz Montez and Felnine Celestin and Michael Arroyo and on and on and on and on. The sheer number of really good prospects that the Mariners have lead me to believe that they're going to be in this position again.
Wow, does he have their whole farm system memorized, or is he reading that?
I don't know. I thought the same thing. I was like, wow, he knows this team. But
he's not wrong, though.
No, but, you know, and Stacy pointed out, you know, I was listening on the way in to bump at Stacy, and she's like, well, those guys that he listed there probably not going to help you in 2026 necessarily.
Maybe Colt Emerson.
Yeah, but I mean, the majority of those numbers.
Maybe not, but I mean, look how quickly Wu and Miller came up, right?
Yeah.
They were skipping steps all along the way. I mean, look, Savage for the Blue Jays was in single A this year.
Yeah.
There he is pitching consequential games in the World Series. So, yeah, in theory, you look at their age and where they're at in the system and go, okay, they're probably not going to have an impact, but you don't know. You never know. I mean, some of these guys take the fast train like Wu and Miller and become very productive. So, but on the surface, I get it. probably right for the most part.
Yeah, just Stacy's input made me think about it, and I was like, yeah, that's a good point. But you're more on the bright side. You're getting better, Bob. You're getting better.
Oh, I'm trying. I unleashed demons last night. Real quick, I know we're up against the break, but one more from Passan on what he thinks they need to do in the offseason to make sure they continue to move forward.
In the meantime, though, what do they need to do? I mean, the right side of their infield, 3/4 of their infield are free agents, right? So they need to figure out who's going to be their first baseman, who's their third baseman. I suppose you could slide in Cole Young at second base, or maybe Emerson or Arroyo emerges at that spot. But, they're going to need to add at least one power bat. And I don't know if that's re-signing Josh Naylor, re-signing Eugenio Suarez, re-signing both.
I'll say this, Jeff.
If you ran this team back with a little bit extra help in the bullpen, I feel pretty damn good about things.
Yeah. So look at optimistic. He's normally, what do they call him? Wet blanket. Yeah. He's feeling the optimism, and I agree. I think it is the start. I don't think this is this is your one chance, and you're never going to be back here again. You got no guarantees, but you've got the pieces that got you there. Yep. You still have those in place for the most part. Meanwhile, who stood out for the Mariners in the postseason, and who did we need to see more from? We'll get into that conversation coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
What a ride.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
We watch stars reach new heights.
Julio, a tremendous catch slamming into the wall. The no-fly zone in full effect.
We saw history.
Watch it fly! Cal Raleigh, how far? Wow!
Congrats on a great run, boys. From your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Swedish Cyberknife, and on average, 1 in 8 men in the U.S. will be diagnosed with prostate cancer during their lifetime. Many treatments are available, and especially locally, but I recently spoke with someone who underwent treatment for prostate cancer back in February. Tim Hunter. He's a lifelong local radio host, and Tim underwent Swedish Cyberknife treatment the week right after the Super Bowl, and it was literally a week for him. All it took was 5 days in a row, with each session lasting less than an hour. And he chose Swedish Cyberknife because it was only 5 days of treatment versus several months with other treatments. And on top of that, Swedish Cyberknife had by far the least interruption to his daily life. No surgery, no catheter, and the recovery was incredibly quick. And Tim heard all about the Cyberknife treatment from our radio commercials right here on this show, just like you are hearing right now. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. And remember, you don't need a physician's referral. Again, that's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
The LJ way is.
You look at stuff like this and it's like, I don't want to come into an industry and work on a place that is going to compromise how I feel about myself. I get to go to work every day with good people, and I get to enjoy what I do because I'm out there just trying to do right by people I care about, which is our community. We're going to see them at the grocery store. I'm going to see them at the sports tournaments. 2 friends of our daughters came in last night just on the lot, didn't know I was there, and it was cool because you got to take them through, and they're going to buy a car for their first driver and a car for their kid going to school soon. These are the people that you're going to work with, and so you better make sure that your laundry's clean. I don't think Lee Johnson specifically, right, Speedway Chevrolet, where I'm at, I don't think they've ever had a problem with the community of being able to stand up and look them in the eye and know that they did their job well.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you. Guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
I had pain. I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full lineup is only at the one place pros rely on. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers exclusively at the Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. Ryan Dempster will join us coming up at the top of the hour, so stay tuned for that conversation. This one from the 206, Dave. Leave Wu in. Automatic base on balls for Springer. Bring Munoz in. So many options, and Dan Wilson failed. Terrible management. Gino's good vibes are gone because other than the Grand Slam, he was absolutely terrible after we reacquired him. Glad we won't see Garver anymore, too, as I assume it'll be Ford behind Raleigh moving forward, and if Naylor isn't re-signed, fans will riot.
Well, I agree with him on Naylor, 100%.
Yeah, see, this is the other part of it, and this is not to rip them or anything, but there's sort of an absolute nature to some of the opinions. Like, had you done this, this is what would have happened.
Right.
I was on board with not walking Springer there. I just didn't like who was facing him. I didn't want to load the bases, and then you're counting on Lucas to hit into a double play. Like that's somehow a certainty. You're going to get him to roll into a double play. And if you don't, then you've got Vlad coming up. What if he pops up? Then it's 2 outs. You got Vlad coming up with the bases juiced.
Yeah.
No. I didn't have a problem with them not walking Springer.
Yeah, I think this is the hardest one to be a coach for, a head coach or a manager.
Yeah.
Is that, I mean, I think in football, it's like, oh, you called this play and blah, blah, blah. But, there's like 5 things that, could go right.
Yeah.
And or even more than that. And this is like, okay, this happened. You did this, and then this happened. That's your fault. That was the bad move right there. So, yeah, I mean, it's tough for guys like Dan Wilson.
Yeah, it's any manager. Every manager that's been eliminated prior to the Mariners, right? Every playoff team, I'm sure they're asking a ton of questions in Milwaukee. You went out there and just got boat raced by the Dodgers. They did 4. You got swept.
Yeah.
You were the best team in baseball in terms of the record. So I'm sure they're asking questions out there. Why did you do this? We know Yankee fans are talking about Aaron Boone, and why did you do this? He stinks. He doesn't know how to do this, that, or the other. So it's not unique. It's just that we were the last team hanging around until the 2 teams were decided upon. So being 8 outs away is just brutal. It just makes it that much harder.
Trev, the UPS driver, said, I still want Suarez. Is there people cooling on Suarez a little bit?
Yeah, I think definitely, because that texter wasn't wrong in saying he wasn't great once he got here.
Yeah.
I think his impact was more of, we talked about it, the message it sent to that clubhouse, that we believe in you, we're giving you the tools. Here's a guy who's just been raking, and you know him already. The city knows him. You love him. So, I think his impact was felt more off the field. On the field, he was disappointing. That texter's not wrong. Do they bring him back? I don't know. Do you think Williamson's your guy? We'll have those conversations too, but I wouldn't be stunned if he wasn't back. We'll see what the market bears for him. But, he was disappointing. And outside of that, that Grand Slam was huge. It's something we're going to talk about for years down the road.
Right.
But beyond that, he really didn't impact the series. He didn't impact the postseason. It was not a great postseason for him.
I would love nothing more than to have him back, but there's a part of me that really wants Ben Williamson to turn into a power hitter over the offseason.
Yeah, I'm sure he can develop some of that.
Yeah.
Is he going to be Geno in terms of power? Probably not.
No. Not like that, but at least, 12 to 15 home runs, something like that. But who is it that hit, Cole Young. He hit one like 440 feet or something, and didn't really see that coming from him. But I don't know, if you look at Geno, it's not like he's this big monster or anything. He's not like the big dumper or Julio or anything like that.
He's listed at 5'11", 213.
Yeah.
So, look, Altuve hits a lot of home runs.
Yeah.
The guy's pint size. He's trial size. So, it's not always about how big they are. And he just, he's a guy through the season that when he got here, he had some moments, but overall he didn't keep up the pace certainly he had going in Arizona. So I get some of those criticisms. You guys can keep the text coming in, 866-979-3776. So when you look at this, when you look at the postseason in totality, who would you say the MVP of the postseason was for the Mariners?
Yeah,
at one point I was saying it's Polanco, but then he kind of cooled off in a big way. There's not a ton of games. It's amazing how you can go from hero in one game. Geno, 2 home runs in that game, including the Grand Slam, and now we're talking about him like, he wasn't very good.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I guess I would go with Cal, just because all his involvement with the rotation and everything. But
that's a weird answer for you.
Yeah, it is weird. I think I mentioned him yesterday during the broadcast.
Did you?
The football broadcast.
Did you shoehorn Cal into the football broadcast?
I think I did at one point.
It's look, your stars came up in this game, right? You got Julio got it started, leadoff double. He scores the first run. And then he comes back his next turn up and sends one out of the yard.
Deals. Swung on. That is crushed. Left center field. This has got a chance. It is going to go. Julio! Solo home run, and the Mariners have the lead. A Game 7 blast by Julio. It is 2-1 Mariners in the third. You gotta love that. Julio gives the Mariners the lead with an emphatic Game 7 home run.
So what do you think about your buddy Gary Hill there, Matthew? How about that call?
That's been my favorite part about the home run, or the playoff run, has just been like Gary's calls and Aaron calls and Rick calls. Like, they've all been amazing.
Yeah, they've been great. They crushed it.
Yeah, they did.
But Julio coming out, he was responsible for your first 2 runs, right? Mm-hmm. Put him up 1-0. They come back, tie at 1-1. He hits the home run to put him back up again, 2-1. And then Cal Raleigh doing what he does, adding to it.
The 0-1.
Swinging a fly ball, driven deep, right field. Cal Raleigh, he has homered in Game 7. He has stung the Blue Jays yet again. A leadoff home run by Cal Raleigh to begin the 5th inning, and a silent hush over nearly 50,000 inside Rogers Center. It's a 3-1 Mariners lead.
Oh, that was fun, wasn't it?
Oh,
I was feeling good when that was going on. Feeling good. So, I mean, look, those guys came through. Julio didn't have a great average, but you look at what he did, just throughout the ALCS. He had an OPS of over 1,000.
Yeah.
He had an OPS over 1,000. So, look, his average, he hit 240. The average wasn't great, but he 367 on base, 640 slug. Your stars came up. Cal, same thing. Your stars came through. Naylor, it's I don't know. I'm not sure who the MVP would be for me. Probably Cal, Polanco, Julio, one of those three. Probably Cal, I guess.
Yeah, Polanco just kind of fell off a little bit, but man, for a while there, he was killing it.
One consequential hit after another. I mean, it wasn't just he had a single in the first inning. No, it was this won the game. Those kind of hits.
Yeah.
Some guys can have a nice average, and you're going, man, I don't really remember much. Well, it's because they had a dribbler in the 3rd inning, and then they, this one got through the hole here, and average looks good, but there was no impact. These guys had impact.
Yep.
Your stars had impact. You wanted it to be more, so certainly, but they came through. Who was most disappointing to you? Because for me, there's a collection of guys, and I'll start with Randy Arozarena.
Yeah.
All we heard about was playoff Randy, and his number said that. It wasn't just born out of nowhere. He was far from playoff Randy, and he is a. I have not liked him in that leadoff spot long before the postseason started. I just don't think he's got the patience to make a pitcher work up there. He just didn't do much. He had really little to no impact in the postseason. He had moments, some stolen bases here and there, but overall, considering what his resume said versus what he was, that was really disappointing for me.
Yeah, he had 5 stolen bases, to your point, batted 188 during the playoffs. So, yeah, I mean, that was something that we were really relying on pretty heavily. That's definitely a disappointment. And then, it's not Brian Wu himself because, he can't help it. But, I mean, that was the biggest disappointment, I think, that he wasn't full strength. And he wasn't that number one ace at any point. Only pitched in, 4 1/3 in that last series. So, yeah, it was that was probably my biggest disappointment. But, again, not his fault. It's just the timing of the injury is terrible.
Yeah, that was. I mean, you left to wonder. Well, how different would it have been had Wu been healthy,
right,
and been able to make his scheduled starts? And we'll get into all of that. Meanwhile, we'll turn to a pitching expert to help break down what took place last night. MLB Network's Ryan Dempster is going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
ESPN senior MLB insider Jeff Passan with Brock and Salk.
If you are in the Mariners front office, what are you spending your offseason focusing on?
This feels like a beginning, not an end. I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise. The sheer number of really good prospects that the Mariners have lead me to believe that they're going to be in this position again.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Cancer impacts so many families, including mine. Former Washington Husky Mario Bailey here. My mother was treated for cancer at UW Medicine. As devastating as cancer is, there is hope, because the Cancer Vaccine Institute is developing vaccines to treat and prevent the deadliest cancers. Patients who received vaccines over 20 years ago are still alive today. Please join me and make a donation to the Cancer Vaccine Institute at local Safeway stores. Learn more at uwcvi.org.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafee from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, we're working the therapy. We're trying to work our way through what took place last night, and we bring in experts. We bring in outside voices, outside eyes, outside minds to help us understand the moves that were made and not made in last night's game. And who better to speak to than this man we have had on a few times, and he's with us once again on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, co-host of Intentional Talk on MLB Network. And personal friend to our buddy Adam Ray, which is his biggest claim to fame, certainly.
That's right. Yeah.
Ryan Dempster is here with us. How are you, man?
I'm doing good, guys. I'm doing better than Adam is today, and unfortunately, I wish it was a little different for him and for the people out of the Pacific Northwest to be so close to, that elusive World Series. I really do, man. I feel for the fan base, for the organization. That's you just got handed a humongous slice of adversity that you got to try and overcome. But also want to congratulate him on an incredible run, man. So much fun, so many great memories this year.
Yeah, you're 100% right on that. We've sort of pushed the silver lining and the great things to another day. Nobody wants to hear it today, as you might imagine. So, but I'm with you. There's a lot to wrap your arms around in this season. But I want to get your perspective as a guy that's been through it, who understands what goes on from a pitcher's point of view. And that seems to be where most of the fingers are being pointed at Dan Wilson as to why you did this, why didn't you do that. I won't get into any specific decision, but I asked the question earlier, what's the biggest reason this team is not moving on to the World Series? What would your answer be?
George Springer. I wouldn't put any blame on anybody else. I mean, we're all given opportunities in our career, put in different moments, regular season, then you get into the postseason. And this guy, there's a stat. It's a championship win probability added. So it's an actual stat. I thought it was made up, to be honest with you. I thought somebody was doing it last night on the internet. George Springer's on the top of that list. Think about that. All the players, all those Yankee teams won all. He's third all-time in home runs, tied with Kyle Schwarber, and then again comes up with a huge home run. And, he could have fouled that pitch off. He could have rolled it over, but instead he hits it out. And, it's hard because you can sit here and second guess all day. I could sit there and say, oh, why did Kirby come out of the game? He all of a sudden just felt like he was getting into a groove and started pitching, it was like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, base hit 3. All right. Why did he come out? But then, you get it. He goes to Wu. Okay. Was that too long for Wu? Should you have gone to Munoz? There's all these questions, and in real time, it's happening so fast. Dan Wilson was doing everything that he was trying to do to help his team advance to the World Series. And sometimes it just doesn't work out. And it's not so much what you did wrong. The other team executed. They had the moment. They won the moment, and that's unfortunately what happens. And somebody has to sit there right now and, pull their hair out and stress and figure out what went wrong. But not a lot went wrong for the Mariners this year. I think a lot of things went extremely right and just came up one win short.
Hey, Ryan, did it look like the pitching ended up being maybe the most disappointing part of this team? Because we were talking about Brian Wu. You ended up getting only 4 1/3 innings out of him in that Toronto series, and he was injured, and he was by far the number one ace. He was an all-star, and you didn't get that much from him, and it just seemed like that part of it. I know that we've had you on before, and you love the rotation here. Was that one of the bigger disappointments that you saw in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you're going to sit there and Jerry and Dan and their staff and players are going to probably have the thought of, man, if we would have had Brian as a starter, because it is a different beast when you're not doing that all year and then you just go in the relief role. It's not always just easy to do that. Adrenaline factors, how you go about a lineup, it's a little bit different. And so it's a little bit, new territory for him. And I would have loved to seen a healthy Brian Wu going out there and starting games for them. When you match that up with what, Bryce Miller was able to do and Kirby, and I think it gives you much more of a shot. It's hard when, we see the stories, we see the Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson in 2001 for the Diamondbacks coming in relief and, Randy Johnson coming after Kurt Schilling. You're like, okay, this can be done. And it does happen, but it's a really hard thing to do. So, yeah, I feel like, just a little bit of that down the stretch would have been nicer if, Gabe Spire would have, been a little bit more like he was during the regular season. But he also was very good in the postseason, too. It's like you want to find something, right? We're all searching for it. We're all looking for what was it that went wrong. And it's like it's the hardest thing to do is accept that somebody else across the field did something magical, something right. You did everything right in that game. You're up 3-1. seventh inning, like it's here. You're tasting it, man. You're 5 outs away, and then boom. And then to try and rev back up, and what was just a 1-run game through the television at least felt like a 5-run lead after that.
Yeah, it was that kind of gut punch.
Yeah, imagine, right? Like you guys are sitting there watching it at home or watching wherever at the bar with buddies. It really was like the game's over. Like that's how it felt, because you went to Toronto against the Blue Jays in that stadium and you got the lead. That's what you knew you needed to do, and you took it into the bottom of the 7th inning with 1 out, and then a 3-run home run crushes you. So yeah, it just sucks, man. It does, and it feels like a failure. And hopefully these guys can sit back and be like, wow, man, that was the most fun I had playing baseball ever in my life, to be that close to the World Series, and they deserve to feel that way. And I hope at some point this offseason they do, because they gave Mariner fans a season for the ages, and they gave baseball fans, an appreciation for what's going on up there in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, and I'm guessing some distance and time will give them that perspective, that they'll be able to look at it and go, you know what, that's the greatest season technically in the history of this organization. You were 8 outs away from a World Series berth, and they did it in spite of what happened to the rotation, which was even more amazing. I mean, every pitcher in that rotation beyond Luis Castillo was hurt. They spent time on the IL, or they didn't. I mean, it just was not the rotation from the year before. Yet that's where they were. But I'm curious, just in this game, Ryan. We can, baseball is the best for second guessing, right? Because there's a million decisions made, so you can question everything. But when he pulled Wu, there's some people saying, well, why didn't you walk Springer? I'm not in favor of that. I'm not in favor of just assuming you're going to get the next guy, Lucas, to roll into a double play. That's just not that automatic, but it seems to be in the minds of some. And if that doesn't work, then you've got Vladdy, who's hitting everything coming up with the bases juice, which I don't want any part of that. So I didn't have a huge issue with that. But my first guess issue was, why would you – Bazardo pitched 2 innings the night before. They had seen him. You got Munoz, who's the best arm in that bullpen. He's your guy. It doesn't have to be the 9th inning. This is the playoffs. This is the biggest leverage point in the game, and you didn't go to your best arm out there. To me, I looked at it and said, you didn't give yourself the best chance. But what's your feeling about that?
Yeah, I think that's the obvious one out of all the things that went on, all those other things. And I'm sure Dan probably thinks the same thing, like I should have went to him. But in the moment, you're looking at it, and I got 8 outs. So, that's a lot to get, right, and get through that. And I want to be able to have him. I know I'm using him for 2, and they're going to be super high leverage in a big environment, and then sort of put him out there in that situation. You probably thought you could maybe get the strikeout, or you could maybe get the ground ball with Bazardo. But yeah, it's just hard, man. It's really hard, because that is there, and that's part of the beast of managing. When you're a manager, you're going to be scrutinized by everybody, from print to radio to television to your own locker room to your fans, right? When you win, it's all the players. When you lose, the manager didn't push the right buttons. But it is hard to understand why you don't go to your highest leverage reliever there. Like I saw Joe Madden do that in the playoffs with the Cubs in 2016, bringing Aroldis Chapman in the 7th inning.
Yeah.
And doing that, because I can't stomach that. Like to sit back and sit there and think, man, I never had him throw with the lead. We had the lead in Game 7, and my closer late in the game, and my closer didn't pitch. And if that means he pitches and he has to grind through that inning, and then he gets through the 8th, what do you have left? I'm good. I gotta, it's like there's no other time. You're going home now. You're resting for nothing. So I probably would guess that that's probably the one that we can point to and be like, God, just that right there. That maybe that's a sac fly, because the stuff's a little bit different. Maybe that's not a home run, and it's a 3-2 game, and then he gets out of it, and he's got an extra open base for Vladdy if that situation comes up. He could have very easily come in and done the same thing. So, it's hard to guess, but it's just one of those ones where we're all going to second guess it. It just nature of the beast now, and you have to figure out a way to overcome that adversity wise.
Hey, Ryan, Josh Naylor, what an interesting baseball player. I mean, when he got here, on the base paths, he's such a smart guy. He's kind of a little bit quirky. We got a chance to talk to him. Seems like a great leader. How important is that to get get him signed back here, do you think?
Yeah, I love the way he plays, and he's quirky and he's got some fun stuff. Like, I love that last night. My wife, we're watching the game. She's like, "Why would he do that?" And I go, "He's not trying to make friends right now."
You talking when he jumped up in the air and you got
I
hit?
loved it.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
But like, who knows? Maybe they don't rule that, and all of a sudden the base runner is still on base. Like, I'm playing just to win, and you could he brings energy, he brings excitement. He plays the game all the way around from running the bases. He can hit for power. He's a run producer. He drives, runs it. Go find that. You got to find. It's tough to find guys that play first base as well as he does with that kind of athleticism, a left-handed bat. I hope he finds himself in Seattle. I think he's found himself a place that the fans love watching him play, and hopefully it's there for a long time.
Well, he loves them. Also, he told us in an interview how much it's his favorite fan base and everything. So
hopefully that remains true when they start presenting contract offers.
Absolutely.
Hey, Ryan, when you look at this team, do you look at a team that's all right? This is the beginning of a potential run. Looking at who's locked in, who the core of this team is, or do you look at this as a team that, man, that might be your best chance you see for a while?
Well, I think the fear is the best chance you're going to see for a while, right? How many teams, we've been talking about it, how many teams have gone to multiple World Series in a row? The team the Dodgers, we know they're locked in, so that's what we're going to be expecting for a while. The Astros did it on their run. So to get there, but that being said, that's an amazing amount of fuel to be that close to eating the carrot and have somebody snatch it from you. That's why guys work harder in the off season than some guys. They're motivated. It's going to motivate certain guys to want to be a little bit better, whether that's a starting pitcher putting a little extra work in so he stays healthy throughout the year, whether that's Cal, having that little chip on his shoulder now to try and go out and get anywhere remotely close to what he just did. And then the other guys in that room, what can we be better at? How can we do this again? How can we put ourselves back in that same scenario? And I think when you look at their ball club and you look how they're constructed, you go, okay, yeah, absolutely. Now, what do? They got some free agents, and we know that, there's always a possibility where you go money in other places. But right now, currently as they're constructed, there's no reason to think. If everything was to stay the same and they get all those guys back, I believe they put themselves in, be the favorite to win the division and a chance to go back into the CS again and win a pennant. And so, yeah, you got to try and keep that momentum going because you've reignited that fan base in Seattle. You reignited, an organization, a team into where they are. No more Astros on top. It's us now. Let it be our turn, and let's start by, keeping our guys around and adding to it rather than taking away from it.
Hey, Ryan, I think when we talked to you in spring training, you were talking about Bryce Miller and how he, I believe that was the pitcher that you singled out. And I'm just curious if there's anybody that you saw in this rotation that's maybe a sleeper that you think is, kind of an underdog or in the bullpen as well.
Yeah, well, I still like Bryce, and he had kind of a funky year. Obviously, he battled through some injuries, but just finished so strong, and you just try to build off that. And I look at it, it's just core wise, man, and you just got some good. Hey, man, I don't know what the plans are. It's hard because he had his limit, but is Emerson Hancock a kid that he got some innings in the playoffs? That's experience, man. And this is a guy that is their big pitching prospect, right? So maybe that's a guy that your organization benefits through this because he gets to be on that stage and see the elite and see how they are and see how hard it is, but also the kind of discipline it takes to be great and in these moments and pitch on this big stage. And now all of a sudden you have okay, now maybe we lose somebody, but this guy slides in. And so maybe I look at him as a guy who potentially next year could be that, young pitcher that really steps up in that rotation.
Hey, Ryan, last one before we let you go. I know you don't know every player on this team, their mentality, how they're going to use this, but Do you think potentially we're looking at a situation? I know a lot of people are pointing back to 03 when the Red Sox lost in dramatic fashion. Aaron Boone hits the home run. 04 they come back and they win. They win it all. We're watching Mariner players sitting on that bench watching the Toronto Blue Jays celebration and sort of taking that in. Is this something you look at and go, they're going to use that as fuel? They're going to use that. This is going to sharpen them for next year.
Yeah, and I'll go and say this, like from a personal experience, right? 2007, we won our division with the Cubs. We got swept by the Diamondbacks. We didn't play very well. Next year, 2008, we win our division and we get swept by the Dodgers. And there was something different. That 08 team, there was some anger. We were all really mad about it. And we were like, not again. And then they traded Mark DeRosa away. We had Kerry Wood didn't get re-signed. There was a lot of stuff that happened. And then things kind of started to go downhill. And we weren't and I know we won it the year before and we didn't win it that year. We weren't afforded that opportunity to try and take that on again with that chip on our shoulder. Mm-hmm. And I hope that they're given that opportunity because it's a powerful thing. My good friend and co-host Kevin Millar, he was on a big part of both of those teams, 03, and then of course we know what he did in the comeback in 04. It's the same group of guys pretty much, and I think that plays a big role. And maybe add a piece here or there. Maybe somebody doesn't re-sign, but you go get somebody else. But I think it's a huge motivator when you're dealing with professional athletes when you come up that short. It's one thing like, we made the playoffs and we got bounced in the first round. Like, yeah, it was upsetting. But when you get that close, like they want a game right now.
Yeah.
Like they want a do-over right now. Yeah. There's dudes that are going to go home and be like, I'm going to get in the weight room and start working out towards next year because of this. Like, it's a huge motivator, and I hope that they get the opportunity to play with that chip on their shoulder together as a unit.
Yeah, I agree. Ryan, always really, really enjoy speaking with you. Thanks so much for taking the time as always. And good news, Adam sent a text a few minutes ago, so he's okay. He's still with us.
And can we keep the wellness checks with him for about a week or so? So we just text him, call him, pop by unexpectedly, like middle of the night, break in a window.
Let's just check on him.
His alarm goes off.
Break in a window.
Constantly do that because I know how much he loved all those guys, and the feeling was reciprocal, and he was living and dying on every pitch, and I know his heart was broken last night, and he'll get through it too, and hopefully he's sitting there going to a Mariners World Series one day.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll all be there. Ryan, thanks so much, man. We really appreciate you.
You got it, guys.
There you go. There's Ryan Dempster, co-host of Intentional Talk on MLB Network. Does a great job on that show. MLB Network's just a great channel.
It really is.
It's top to bottom, really solid.
Every show is entertaining, and break a window.
Yeah, just wellness checks on Adam.
yeah, he's a little emotional about that. Rightfully so. Lots of people were.
We all are. We're all invested. We're all on this ride together. We're all riding 162 regular season games and living and dying with every moment. And then the playoffs, a place that we're just not used to being, and getting through to this point where you're literally 8 outs away from something that seems surreal, like Mariners World Series. That doesn't sound right. It is right there.
The one thing that's comforting, I think, that I've heard today was Ryan there saying that there are guys that are going to go home and go get in the weight room.
Yeah.
Like, I want another shot at this.
Oh, yeah. He's right. They want to, right? When your season ended, especially if you made the playoffs, you're like, man, I'd play a game today.
Yeah.
I want to run this back right now.
Well, and it's so sudden because you're going, you're in it, man. And then all of a sudden it just stops. It just,
yeah.
Brutal.
It's jarring, I can imagine.
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, the Seahawks, the good news is they are rolling heading into the bye week. We're going to get into some of what happened last night with them. That's coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
They restored hope to the loyal, longtime fans.
The Mariners will play in October.
And showed a new generation what October baseball looks like.
Get out the rye bread and mustard, Grandma. It is grand salami time. Eugenio Suarez.
The next season will hang a new banner.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
Congrats on a great run, boys, from your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton for Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. And one of the things Bob, that I noticed about him, there's not a lot of doctors that will turn away work. And when I showed him my right knee, he's like, I can't help you, man. You need a knee replacement there. And so it's just cool to work with a doctor like that. Not all doctors give it to you straight, but you had some hip problems. And, tell us about your experience.
It was the same as what you were talking about. I had heard you talking about it over and over. So I was looking at surgery on the hip. I was getting steroid injections and trying to manage it that way. I had a torn labrum and a frayed tendon and bursitis and arthritis and all kinds of itises going on there. So I went to go see him as a last resort. If this isn't an option, I'm going to get surgery. And he looked at all the images and said, look, this will go a long way into helping you. It's not going to cure everything, but it's going to go a long way. And it almost feels like a cure because I'm back to doing what I was doing prior to that. And before this procedure, I couldn't just walk long distances without it starting to ache or lay on the couch without it aching. So all of that has been remedied.
Yeah, and it's amazing when I talk to some of the guys that give me testimonials about how they felt exactly the same way as you did. That, it's not like it's some miracle cure, but they'd recommend it to just about anybody. And so before, choosing surgery, go see Dr. Wagner, whether it's a shoulder, a hip, an elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee. Go see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
At Bible Law Group, we understand when your legal problems hit biblical levels. That's why you can't wait 20 years to make the playoffs. You need help in court now. With James Bible and his team by your side, don't panic when the giants you're facing seem 10 feet tall or when you feel trapped in a lion's den of litigation. At Bible Law Group, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. When your legal problems are biblical, contact Bible Law and let our talented team get to work. No matter the case, find us at BibleLawGroup.com.
We are well into the rainy season, Seattle, but it's not too late to get your roof replaced. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project this winter. Our certified technicians build a custom plan for your home, ensuring a worry-free installation even in the winter months. Replace your roof now while material prices are low and lead times are short. Stop wasting your time on costly repairs and Band-Aid fixes. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest, come with no charge.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. there's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales Event, now extended through October 26th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event, extended to October 26th. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Ryan Dempster, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, it'll be on the podcast page after the show. Go to seattlesports.com and click that podcast tab. Click on our picture. It'll be right there waiting for you. Meanwhile, Seahawks were in action last night. It's weird when the Seahawks are kind of an afterthought, at least for me. Yeah. I'm sure they were in the front of it. A lot of other people's mind are going, I don't care about the Mariners. But Seahawks won a game, and I told you this before the show, Dave. I watched it, but I don't know how much I took it in. I was in a bit of a daze as I was watching that game. But what stood out to me is this was not a particularly clean game. They turned the ball over 4 times. Yeah. They were horrible on third down conversion. They were 2 for 14 on third down conversion, yet it felt like they were kind of in control of this game. I mean, it just seemed like they had it handled, and none of them felt like dire turnovers or like, oh, my God, they're about to – it never felt like the game was in jeopardy. And to me – that's what's impressive is when a team doesn't have their A stuff or a pitcher doesn't have his A stuff or somebody's just it's not there. It's not clicking. Things aren't lining up, but you grind. You find a way to win. That's what good teams, what good players do.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. And you look at some of the numbers, they were not overwhelmingly impressive. Like, I thought the most impressive and most important number from the entire game was the run-to-pass ratio. I think it was 33 runs and 32 passes, or the other way around. They've been
really close on that. It feels like almost every game.
Well, and to your point there, they were number 6.
Yeah, 32 pass, 33 rushing attempts.
Yeah, and they were number 6 in attempts going into that game last night. So, if you look at their average and how much they're running the ball, it's bottom half. It's not great. It's not there yet, but they're trying. And our buddy Mark Schlereth always tells us that in order to get the play action going, it's not like you have to have like a great running game, but you need to force the issue on it. And that's kind of what they're doing. They're kind of in a slog right now, getting through it with the run game. Because they ran for 118 yards last night, and they just kept chipping away at it, man. It was like 3 yards, 4 yards. I mean, it was just, like I said, it was kind of a slog. And then Charbonnet and K9 both kind of came out pretty close. I mean, K9 had 66 yards, Charbonnet 49, but that was the part that I really liked that I thought went smoothly. I mean, some of those you're running into a wall pretty much, but. I like that they got that back, and I can't wait to get Robbie Oots back out there. Yeah, I just feel like
he'll be ready to come off the list for this next game, right?
I believe so. Yeah, because he's got the bye week to go with that. So, and you had Brady Russell out there, and he's good player, but I don't think he's quite what Oots is. And I think they're going to start to get that going in the second half. But that part of it, I think, stood out. You're right. It was kind of a another thing that stood out to me is that JSN is elite. And I think, his numbers obviously say that, but it's just so interesting. Like, I thought the most interesting thing that he did was dunk the football over the goalpost, because that is 10 feet in the air, and he didn't even, load up and jump. He just kind of just popped off of his feet. I mean,
yeah, he's 6 feet tall.
He's ridiculous.
Yeah, it didn't. It looked like he just, if we were here trying to touch the top of the door frame or something, it's right there for him.
Yeah,
like it was effortless, and he's quietly elite. You and I were talking about that before the show as well. He doesn't get talked about in those circles, but you look at it, he leads the league in receiving yards by a good margin. He's got 819 receiving yards so far through 7 games.
Yeah,
you got 10 games to go. So I mean, he's set for a huge season. But yeah, that play you're talking about, that was pretty cool, and that was Darnold. We'll get into his game in a moment, but this was a good moment here.
1st and 10 inside the 15. Looks, throws, fires to the end zone. Ball is caught. Touchdown, Seahawks. Dunking it over the bar is Jackson Smith-Njigba, and flags go down because you can't do that as he grabbed the bar, and that can make the whole goalpost wiggle and get out of alignment, but the touchdown stands. The 4th touchdown of the year for JSN from 11 yards out.
I like the explanation as to why you can't do that.
Yeah, it makes it wiggle.
Knock it out of alignment.
Well, it was moving a lot, really. I mean, those things are a little bit more fragile than I think people think. But, yeah, it was that was another one of those throws by Sam where it's just like a window that's open for just a split second.
Yeah.
And I think that there was I can't remember if it was the last game or maybe it was Tampa, where he threw a similar ball, and it's like I said, a closing window that just he finds a way to thread that ball through there. And then JSN, I mean, he just has excellent hands. I mean, but what the thing is funny about it? You don't see him making a one-handed catch, or he's not gonna run over anyone. I mean, it's just hard to explain. But you have to say that he is an elite receiver, and even though he doesn't have the body type or anything like that, he just always gets open, always makes the catch.
Yeah, and he's Sam Darnold talking about him after the game, and whether he's surprised about the season that JSN is having at this point.
It's not surprising because I see him come into work every day with the same mindset and the consistency. And it's not just him, it's our entire receiver group, it's our entire group as an offense. And we're going to keep getting better and learning from our mistakes in these games when we have that attitude. And so, we're just going to, like I always say, we're going to continue to grow and get better.
Yeah, and then just one more on JSN. This comes from Cooper Kupp, explaining what, in his opinion, has made JSN so good this year.
Yeah, I mean, he's done a really good job. I think you've seen his ability to kind of move around in the offense. He's done a great job being able to, make guys pay across the field, wherever it is. He's been able to come alive in all 3 phases of the pass game. So that's been really cool to see, and it is. I mean, you kind of you slot him, no pun intended, into a certain slot, but he can do a lot of, he can play across the board, and he's shown that, and and he's going to continue to do that.
Yeah, he's got at least 100 yards in 5 of the 7 games so far this year. And then one of those games, I think he had 96. He was right about 100.
Yeah.
Leads the NFL, 819 yards receiving. I feel like he needs to be in that conversation now when you're talking about Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson or just the elite receivers. He's not saying he's as fast. He's certainly not as big. No. But if we're just talking about who they are in their production, at least this year, I mean, he's been good since he's been in the league, but he's just taken that next step with the absence of Tyler Lockett and the absence of DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
That was the question. I was can he be a number one? Well, that's a resounding yes.
Absolutely. And I think everybody looks at him like a slot receiver, and he can do pretty much anything. The other thing we're finding out about him, he's a bit of a dog, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure that Mike McDonald's going to have a discussion with him, because that's 2 weeks in a row where, you had a penalty, He had the one in
for celebration.
Jacksonville that, set him back. And then, he had the dunk thing. And then, there was something going on the sidelines. And by the way, I wanted to call this guy out. I thought it was the side judge, but it was the field judge, Nathan Jones, because I saw on the broadcast they were talking about the same thing, that when JSN made the tackle on the interception, I think it was Stingley, his helmet came off, and then all of a sudden you see all these, Texans over there. It's on the sidelines. He ended up sitting on the bench. But Nathan Jones, who was the field judge, came over and put his arms around him,
shielding him,
protecting him. Yeah. I thought that was really a cool move by him. And they were talking about it when I watched the replay. They were talking. Who was on the call? Was it Dan?
Chris Fowler and. Yeah, Dan Orlovsky. The sandwich guy.
Yeah. He was talking about that as well. I thought that was really cool. But, I mean, you saw JSN kind of, okay, I'm not going to get in trouble. He gets caught up, I think, in the moment a little bit, but you saw him there in that case where he didn't, start throwing haymakers or anything like that because his helmet came off and everybody was talking noise around him and everything. So, but, I mean, I'm glad I'm not the only one that is what makes him so great?
Yeah.
Because, you look at, he's not DK, he's not, but what he is he's a guy that constantly gets open. I think he's a bigger version of Doug Baldwin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Moyer and I used to sit next to each other in the years I did pre and post game and watching the game together. And, we'd always look at each other and go, Baldwin's always open.
Yeah.
Yeah. Throw it to Baldwin. He's always open.
Yep.
That's becoming JSN, man. And, he runs great routes, and you can see the trust between Sam Darnold and him.
By the way, I thought the pass of the game, it was one of the best passes I've seen Darnold throw. I've seen anybody throw in a while. It was down the left sideline, and there was a safety over the top, and Kamari Lassiter was right on JSN, and he leaps at the last second, and I think the ball might have caught his fingertip, but if it didn't, it barely missed it, and just right in stride.
On our sideline?
Yeah, right in stride, right in the basket. Perfect. He gets his feet down, goes out of bounds. I was like, oh, my God, what a throw, what a catch. And Lassiter was in the right spot.
Yeah.
It wasn't
how do you defend it?
And you put it in. He dropped it in between the two. It was a beautiful play.
Well, that's beautiful the other thing. I'll compare him also to Tyler Lockett. His feet are always in.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about with Lockett. You always knew that he was going to get his toes down. And anytime you see, oh man, did he get his feet? Always does.
All right, coming up, there are a couple of reasons why we gained even more confidence in the Seahawks defense. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
They restored hope to the loyal, longtime fans.
The Mariners will play in October.
And showed a new generation what October baseball looks like.
Get out the rye bread and mustard, Grandma. It is grand salami time. Eugenio Suarez.
And next season, we'll hang a new banner.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
Congrats on a great run, boys, from your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other.
so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Dave Wyman here, and we've been fortunate to hear from 2 Swedish CyberKnife patients this year, Andy Ryder and Tim Hunter. Both heard about CyberKnife from our radio ads and completed successful treatment, raving about their experiences. Tim was impressed that treatment only took 5 days. Andy hosted a large international delegation the week after his treatment. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife here in Seattle. Go to swedish.org/CyberKnife Prostate.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
A reminder, you can watch high school football live Thursday night for the final Seattle sports game of the week presented by STSPN. The Mountain Lake Terrace Hawks host the Edmonds Woodway Warriors.
Ooh, that's my wife's alma mater.
Is that
Edmonds
right?
Woodway, yeah.
Edmonds Woodway Warriors. It's a tongue twister.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's live from
Woodway Warriors.
Yeah, it makes me feel like Homer Fudd. The Warriors. They're live from Mount Lake Terrace High School Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Tune in exclusively on the Seattle Sports app, seattlesports.com, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page for full 2025 matchups. Visit seattlesports.com/high school. So, taking a look at last night, we were talking about how it was kind of a weird game in that, especially on offense. I mean, there were 4 turnovers. We did have a moment where Darnold reverted back to the Darnold of last year in that moment that we heard Paul Allen losing his mind. He's just holding on to the ball. Throw the ball, man. There was the Steve Rabel moment where he was,
We'll get there, yeah. At 4:45, we'll hear the comparisons.
Yeah. So you saw a couple moments like that. Saw a couple beautiful passes, the one we were just talking about. But it was uneven offensively, even though they looked like they were in control. But this defense is what we thought it would be, Dave. This is we talked about who they were the second half of last season, top 5 defense, and the expectation, which I thought was fair, considering you didn't have any major turnover on that side of the ball. You had a couple pieces added for the most part, same scheme, same coaches, same everything. So the perception or the expectation, I should say, was they hit the ground running. They should be that defense from game 1 on, and they have. They're unreal against the run. Yeah. Nobody's running on these guys, and you just saw them the ability to get to the quarterback, their defensive line, and seeing what they were able to do out there in terms of just really, really eliminating any hope from what the Texans were doing. And
this is the best D line there is in the entire NFL. I mean, in the depth and everything.
What was your take on this play, though? This is the Uchenna Nwosu 18-yard sack. The safety was there, and then it was overturned.
Leonard Williams was the other guy that was there at the same time. Stroud out of the shotgun. A trip set to his left. Drops back, looks, scrambles, being chased. He goes down in the end zone. It is going to be a safety. The Seahawks chase C.J. Stroud halfway to Tacoma, and they bring him down in the end zone for a safety. The celebration's already. The Seahawks lead 2-0.
I love Rabel's calls. I really do.
Chasing him halfway to Tacoma.
I'm over here laughing. Yeah. He.
Is that the right call? They were saying on TV it's where he's contacted, which was he wasn't in the end zone when he was initially hit.
His momentum had stopped, apparently. I mean, it's a safety, dude. Come on. That was a safety. The ball was in the end zone. The knee went down in the end zone. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I mean, just a relentless pass rush from Nwosu is fascinating to me just because he's kind of a JSN type, right? Like, he's not this massive human being. Like, if you look at Derek Hall, you go, oh, my, that guy's powerful, and he's a big dude. And Nwosu he's not small by any means, but yeah, he just is, and he just gets it done, man. It's kind of reminds me a little bit of Cortez Kennedy. I always said about him, he just goes wherever he wants to go. Like, you're not going to block him. Yeah. And Nwosu has kind of got that quality, man. And so, yeah, I mean, you look at their entire D-line, the one guy that was just wearing their offensive linemen out was Byron Murphy. Byron Murphy is incredibly hard to block. We talked to Jaron Reed on the huddle last week, and remember Jay Reed during camp was saying he's strong as bleep, and he's this as bleep, and he's this and that and the other. He was just going on, and he told us the other day on the huddle, he's like, I've been talking about this guy for over a year because he's really good. And when you get that from one of your peers, I mean, it's a great endorsement. But also, I'm happy to see Byron Murphy start to get rewarded with sacks because a lot of times it's a thankless job, but he's getting it done, almost on every single play. You see Byron Murphy having an effect.
Yeah, and another guy who's had an effect, it feels like since the day he stepped on the field in a Seahawks uniform, has been Ernest Jones.
Stroud steps up in the pocket, throws over the middle, it's intercepted. Falling down on the ground, getting up, it's Jones, comes near side, 40, 35, 30, has a convoy, knocked out of bounds near sidelines. Holy catfish, what an interception.
You got a holy catfish there. That'll make them happy.
Yeah. I was telling you, A.J. Barner asked if he got a holy catfish the other day. But, Ernest Jones was looked like he was on his knee, and he kind of popped up off the ground.
It was a great grab, man.
Oh, my gosh. He's got really good soft hands. You know, that one that he had against, I think it was San Francisco, where it was like he was leaping in the air and caught it on his fingertips. So, yeah, Ernest Jones has just been all over the place. And you know what? Looks like he's got a new running mate next to him. Drake Thomas has looked really good.
He did look good.
Yeah, he was great on coverage, and I saw a couple of times he was a wrecking ball, and he was taking on blockers, and it was kind of a sloppy game, but the defense has just come to be, what we're expecting. We have high standards for this defense now, and they're just getting it done. I mean, that was a really good offense that Jacksonville had going at that time. I know that they got dismantled by the Rams, but they took that entire offense apart. I mean, they've just been.
And they did it again here. They allowed 254 total yards, and you allowed 56 rushing yards.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's got to be number one.
Yeah. It's impressive. It's very impressive. All right, coming up, we'll dive more into the bullpen decisions in that costly seventh inning with MLB analyst Russell Dorsey. He's going to join us next year with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
What a ride.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
We watch stars reach new heights.
Julio, a tremendous catch slamming into the wall. The no-fly zone in full effect.
We saw history.
Watch it fly! Cal Raleigh, how far? Wow!
Congrats on a great run, boys. From your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing. Mention you heard it from me and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
At Bible Law Group, our team reflects the same lessons learned by our founder, James Bible, while playing for legendary Husky coach Don James. Coach James always said it's amazing what gets done when nobody claims credit. That's the philosophy we carry into every case, because your victory is what matters at Bible Law Group. When your legal problems hit biblical levels and you feel like you're stuck in a lion's den of litigation, you need a legal team that won't back down. At Bible Law, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years of living in our home, our window seals started breaking. That's when I called Harley Exteriors. They're huge fans of our teams and regular listeners at the station, but what really sold me was their Olympic Series windows, built right here in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. They're beautiful windows that last up to 60 years, and they'll help with noise, too. Harley Exteriors knows you've been spending a ton on playoff tickets, so they have a special deal for Seattle sports listeners. No interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off, and take another $200 off your entire project. They're the friendliest team and so easy to work with. You call the number and the person on the other line asks, "How can I make you smile today?" Just give them a ring and tell them you heard our ad. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, there are a handful of openings as far as managers go in Major League Baseball, but one that has been filled. The Los Angeles Angels have hired Kurt Suzuki as their new manager, turning the longtime Major League catcher with no professional coaching experience to help turn this franchise around. He spent 16 years in the league, playing for 5 franchises, won the 2019 World Series with the Washington Nationals, and he spent the last 3 seasons as a special assistant to Angels GM Perry Manassian. So they have found their man. Meanwhile, some drama going on between Sean Payton and Russell Wilson. Broncos head coach was hoping to face their former quarterback Russell Wilson when the Giants played the Broncos this past Sunday. Payton obviously faced Jackson Dart instead, but Wilson caught the attention of Sean Payton after he was aware of his comments. Wilson took to social media saying, "Classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later," through the media, with some laughing emojis. But apparently Payton had said, "Look, I have a ton of respect for the Giants. I spent 4 of my early years there coordinating the Super Bowl, first time in the stadium, blah, blah, blah. They found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mara not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game." So that's what Wilson was responding to.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, we're working our way through the misery of the Mariners season coming to an end last night at the hands of the Toronto Blue Jays. They come up 8 outs away from a World Series berth, and it was not to be. And we get a chance to speak to a man who does a great job covering the sport. He's an analyst for Yahoo Sports, as well as MLB Network, Apple TV. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Russell Dorsey is back with us. Russell, how are you, man?
What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Help us, Russell.
We're not awesome. We're not awesome. It was right there, Russell. It was right there, and it was just, man, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for probably quite a while. I'm curious. I'm sure you were watching it, and we've gone over all these different moments. What should they have done here? They should have done this instead of that. What stands out to you? I asked the question at the very beginning of the show. What's the biggest reason? There are many, but what's the biggest reason this team is not moving on to the World Series? What would your answer be?
It's the seventh inning, guys. Like, I wish I had some grandiose answer for you, but the thing that I saw was the same thing that you guys saw and Mariners fans out there saw. Everything went exactly how you would have planned it in your mind if you said, okay, what does this first 7 innings look like for the Mariners in order for them to win this game and get to the World Series? It's like, okay, you need Cal and Julio to show up. They both showed up, right? Both of them homer. Then you needed to say, okay, George Kirby has a really good start. He was fantastic. So to get those things to happen and get to the 7th with a 2-run lead and Brian Wu on the mound, who looked really good in his 2 innings prior to the 7th, like, I wouldn't have planned it any different. I wouldn't have done anything differently. I know people say, well, would you have taken Kirby out at that point? I have no problem with them taking him out because I believe it would have been a 9-1-2 up when Wu came in. And if you don't want him to face that, top of the order with Vladdy and George Springer a third time, I completely understand that. But yeah, it's the 7th inning. You get a couple runners on, and you have runners at second and third with 1 out, George Springer at the plate. And I was actually texting my buddy Fabian Ardaya, who is the beat reporter for the Los Angeles Dodgers. His wife is actually a huge Mariners fan. And we're texting during the game. And in the 5th inning, I say, yeah, I probably have Munoz warming up, and he'll probably come in this game in the 6th or 7th, just because I've watched enough baseball. I've watched enough Game 7 type situations in the postseason to know that's how these things go. When you have the top or middle of a lineup up and you need to hold an inning where it is, and then the situation for the Mariners, you need to hold that lead where it is. You have, some danger afoot and 2 of the hottest hitters on the planet, in George Springer and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up. You got to go with your best in that situation in a Game 7 where there's no tomorrow. Like, there's no reason to hold Andres Munoz in that spot because that's the save. And I think something I've been talking about over the last 24 hours, managers tell me all the time when you ask them about, roles for their high leverage arms and specifically their closers, like in the postseason, the save is sometimes in the 7th, 8th, 9th, like 6th inning, right? Yep. It's not always going to be in the 9th, and there's no perfect situation. Mm-hmm. And I just thought in that spot, there is nobody you would rather have than your all-star closer. And if you get beat, if the same result happens, but with Andres Munoz on the mound, you just tip your cap and say, hey, man, their best beat us. But it's going to be a while where Mariners fans are going to think back at this and say, we left our best in the bullpen, and then watch a 3-run homer from George Springer go out the yard. Yeah. And then, you saw Munoz kind of defend he was the one that pointed out that, how awesome that it's been for them as far as Bazardo goes. And, that one homer doesn't determine the season. Without him, we wouldn't have been here. And, keep that in mind. I thought that was a really cool thing that he pointed out. But how big, Russell, was the Brian Wu? I mean, do you think everything's different if he's healthy? Yeah, I thought that was a big X factor in this series, right, having Brian Wu back. And look, I was thinking the way he was pitching up to that 7th inning, I'm saying, okay, that's a guy that I definitely give the ball to start in the World Series against the Dodgers. But yeah, I think that's you have to look at it as a factor, with him not being able to start in this series. But at the end of the day, I can't look at that and say this was the reason why the Mariners aren't in the World Series, because the guys pitched in important spots for you in the series to get there. And up until that 7th did a really great job for them. So no, I think in the hierarchy of things I'm looking at as being the reason that we're talking about a Mariners loss today as opposed to the Mariners going to the World Series for the first time, I wouldn't put Brian Wu not, starting for them super high on that list.
Hey, I'm curious your overall impression of Dan Wilson, because I mean, there's no other sport that leads to second guessing more than baseball, and it doesn't matter who you are. I lived in St. Louis, and it was Tony La Russa. I lived in Chicago, it's Dusty Baker. L.A., it was Mike Scioscia. I mean, some of the greats, and they would be questioned by fans, and they don't know what they're doing with the bullpen. This guy doesn't know, So that's baseball. But I'm just curious from your perspective as somebody who analyzes the game, when you look at Dan Wilson and decisions he made throughout the season, and more specifically in the postseason, did you see his inexperience crop up? Did you see moves where you were scratching your head going, "That I don't understand what the logic is here," or how do you view him?
Yeah, look, first and foremost, I think Dan Wilson had a phenomenal year as manager for the Seattle Mariners, right? To take that franchise farther than they've ever been before, and to be, as you guys mentioned when we were coming in, 6 outs away from getting to the World Series. I think that's a significant accomplishment, and one that the whole organization should be very happy about, because regardless of what happened, this was a special season for the Mariners. And I was when I was trying to talk to some of my friends who are Mariners fans off the ledge this morning, it's like the journey. And look, guys, I did. I'm trying to be a good friend, and I'm like, guys, look, the journey is part of the process, and the fact that you were able to enjoy this ride is a big part of it. No, you're not the team that ends up going and representing the American League in the World Series, but the fact that you got to see something that Mariners fans for decades hadn't been able to see, like, that's great. And there are a lot of things to enjoy from the season. But back to Dan Wilson, yes, there is nothing that brings out inexperience like the postseason, right? And you saw a guy that was probably second-guessing himself. Like, he probably woke up this morning kicking himself in the middle of the night like, I should have brought Munoz in. I should have had him warming up in the 7th inning. And that's one of those things, until you experience the postseason, there's a lot of things going on. And that's one of the things I like to explain to people, like, you have to be thinking an inning or two ahead in the postseason. Like, in the regular season, you can let some things play out in real time, and maybe if you think of something last minute, get a guy hot. The stakes aren't as big. Game 7 of an ALCS to determine if you're going to the World Series, those stakes are massive. And so, yeah, I think that's an area where you can look at inexperience for Dan Wilson and say, yeah, in 4 years, in 5 years, when he's had a lot more time on the job, maybe more postseason appearances, this wouldn't happen again, and you would have your best reliever warming up hot and ready to come in that game against the top of the Blue Jays lineup. Yeah, 100%. But I don't look at this and say, oh, my gosh, the Mariners got to get Dan Wilson out of here. No, like, I think what they were able to accomplish, what he was able to get out of this group, I think that should be recognized and appreciated. But obviously, yeah, you're always going to have some things you look back on and say, man, we should have done this differently.
Russell, when you look at this team, do you think the window is pretty wide open? I mean, we're talking about the pitching. It was nowhere this year close to what it was the year before. And then now you've got, some power bats there. Do you think the window's going to be open for a while here?
I would imagine it is, right? Like, the important part is you have Julio locked up, you have Cal Raleigh locked up on the offense side. Your starting rotation coming into the year was the strength, right? And I know it was the thing for me where I say, okay, we always know the Mariners pitching is great, but what happens with the offense? And it was completely switched, where the pitching, went through very rough stretches, and, they had to deal with some things with health, especially at the end of the season. So I think because you have pitching in-house, and something especially as we go into the offseason now, starting pitching is always really expensive. And when you can have that in-house and you don't have to go get it in free agency, you don't have to go get it in the trade market, it allows you to be more flexible with the other things that you do. You look at this roster and say, okay, where can the Mariners get better? I think one of the things that I would be very interested to see, and I think that's something that should be high on their priority list, is looking to bring back Josh Naylor. And I think something for me that really stood out is that he meshed really well with that group. And for how many years, guys, have we been saying the Mariners need a first baseman?
Yeah.
Right? A while. And it seemed like they found their guy in Josh Naylor that fit with that group. And so I think that is likely going to be a priority for Jerry DiPoto and company. But I think there are other teams that saw how well Josh Naylor performed this postseason and could be looking for a first baseman. But, yeah, I would not say that this is a one-shot thing for the Mariners. But I think you do have to realize the division is likely going to be better next year, right? Like, you're not going to be able to, beat up on the Sacramento Athletics next year, right? I thought the A's were going to be a much better team than they ended up being. I think they're likely going to be, a team that is hovering around 500, maybe a little bit over 500 next year. The Texas Rangers did not have the season the Texas Rangers we thought they would have. Same thing for the Houston Astros with the health that they had. So many guys on the IL for them. So, you have to look at this and say, hey, yeah, this was a great season, but the division is likely going to be improved next year. You're not necessarily going to get 60-plus homers from Cal Raleigh again, right? Even if that comes down to 45, that's still – you rather have Cal Raleigh than not have Cal Raleigh. So there are different things that you look at, but overall, this is a roster, and they have the bones of a group that can make another run next year. But there will have to be some things that they piece together.
What does it say about baseball that we're looking at a World Series between the biggest payroll in baseball with the Dodgers, and I believe the Blue Jays have the third highest payroll, if I've got that right. But does that? I don't know. We always have these conversations about the haves and the have-nots and teams buying championships, blah blah blah, all of that. But what does that say anything to you? Does it cause more conversation? Does it cause any change in anything, or what do you make of it?
Personally, I have never been a person that is going to say, oh, the Dodgers are bad for baseball because X, Y, and Z. I think the Dodgers are great for baseball because it's given fans a villain, and I always think we have a great need for villains in sports.
That's the Astros.
Years, right? But I think some people have said, you know what, we're past the Astros. It's the Dodgers now because they're winning. And I think I look at the Dodgers and I see a team that invests and has made a conscious effort to invest in a time in baseball where teams have not invested as much, right? And I think you look at teams in, let's call it the bottom third of payroll, and I think, in my opinion, I think teams where you have a fan base that on opening day, which is like Christmas morning for us in baseball, for fans of baseball, and you have fan bases that say, my team has no shot of winning the World Series. I think that personally is worse than a team saying, you know what, we're going to continue to invest and try to win championships. And I think at the end of the day, the reality is there hasn't been a team in baseball that has repeated as champion in 24 years, right? With all the money that the Dodgers have spent, with all the money that the Yankees spent in years past, the Rangers there in the mid-2000s, like there's been no team that's repeated as champion. The Dodgers could be the first one in 24 years to do it. Sometimes I think it's overblown, and I think you had a team in the Milwaukee Brewers who led baseball in wins this year with 97 and made it to the NLCS. Now, they ran into a buzzsaw in the Dodgers, who happened to be playing great baseball. They had great starting pitching, like historic level starting pitching, and they were beat up. So the result looks like the Dodgers just ran through the Brewers, but I think the Brewers are the type of team that shows small market teams like, hey, it can be done. I think what you can't have is a team like the Milwaukee Brewers who say, you know what, we had the best record in Major League Baseball, and we're going to trade our ace and Freddie Peralta because he's a year away from free agency. Like, I don't know what that tells your fan base, right? Like, yeah, it's hard enough to say, hey, we're the smallest market in the game, but even the smallest market in the game with the great executives that they have there in Milwaukee and Matt Arnold and his experience, running things there, give that guy a shot to say, you know what, we do some different things and we can put a winner here in Milwaukee, or you could put a winner in Pittsburgh, or, look at what Tampa Bay has been able to do, over the last 15 years with their resources. Like, it can be done, and I think there are teams that have shown you that you can get there. But, yeah, I think the reality is at some point you're going to have to write the check. You don't necessarily have to write the $700 million Shohei Ohtani check or the $765 million Juan Soto check if you're the Mets. But, yes, you are going to have to invest in your young talent, because at the end of the day, if you want talented baseball players, it costs money, right? It's not free.
Yeah, how about, speaking of that, Josh Naylor, how important is he to get back? We had an opportunity to interview him, and we just came away loving the guy. And he's kind of quirky. He steals bases, not because he's fast, because he pays attention. He's great at first base. What do you think about the urgency of getting him signed back?
Yeah, I like Josh Naylor a lot, and I think that should be something that they really hone in on, Jerry DiPoto and Justin Hollander, and say, hey, of our checklist this offseason, bringing back Josh Naylor, who was able to perform in Seattle. And, we can all recognize that it's not the easiest place to hit, but you have a guy that fits your culture, that fits your group, that, and you're right, he's a quirky guy. I like to say, he's almost like a football player in a baseball player's body. And some of the things that he, like last night, you see a guy jump to break up a double play ball and hit him in the head. Like, you don't see that stuff from guys in baseball often, but you see it from Josh Naylor. I think he is really important to what they do going forward. And I think that should be a priority for the Mariners this offseason to look at bringing Josh Naylor back, because I think that goes a long way for not only the on-field production, but for what he does in the room with that group.
Hey, I want to ask you one more thing on the Dodgers, and more specifically Shohei Ohtani. I read this the other day, and I don't know if it's factual or not, but they were saying that the Dodgers have already recouped and exceeded their $700 million investment into Ohtani based on merchandise, based on just deals that they've cut based on his presence there around the world, not just in the U.S. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, that's unreal. And I guess the real question is, if that's true, do you think that's something that other clubs are taking note of, going, you know what, if we have an opportunity, and I know he's a unicorn, there's not a bunch of Shohei Ohtanis out there, but if you're faced with an opportunity or given a chance to sign somebody that can move the needle for your organization in the way of ticket sales and merchandise and sponsorship deals and what have you, do you think that will be a lesson like, hey, we can make our money back, we can make money on top of what we're spending?
So what I would say is this. One, that I could have told you that last year that the Dodgers were going to make their money back in year one, because going to games and covering the Dodgers, covering Shohei Ohtani, there is never an empty seat. When you're in other cities, the Dodgers pack out ballparks because people want to see the greatest player to ever play baseball. And I think when you look at the advertising, if you go to a Dodgers game and you sit, during BP, there are a lot of advertisements from Japan, right? Mm-hmm. And I think last year during the World Series, it really stood out to me, where in the middle of the World Series, I'm walking through Times Square, getting some coffee, and you have all the advertisements in Times Square, and there was a Beats ad, Beats by Dr. Dre ad. And it was LeBron James, it was Lionel Messi, and it was Shohei Ohtani. And it really hit me like, in the middle of New York, in the World Series, it's Shohei Ohtani, not Aaron Judge, that was on a billboard in Times Square. Like, for how long did we beg Mike Trout to be the face of baseball and to be the superstar that the sport needed? Yeah. Now we have that in Shohei Ohtani. And that guy, one of the greatest athletes in the world, is a baseball player. I think that's great for the sport overall. I think that's great for bringing attention and attraction to baseball. And then to your point about should teams take note of this, I think teams should have taken note of it 3-4 years ago when you knew he was going to be available, because I think that's something that the Dodgers saw, and they said, look, man, with the type of brand that we are as the Dodgers, with, how we invest in winning and, the business side of it, and saying, you know what, yeah, we'll play in Japan. We're going to be that team, that is able to market this global superstar and do it in LA. I think they did take advantage of that. And I do think if ever we get another, and I think it's unfair to future players to say another Shohei. If we get another player that's like 60% of Shohei that has global appeal, I think teams should, pay attention to what global marketing and investing in that product globally can do for you in terms of generating revenue over the long term.
Yeah. Great stuff. Great stuff. Russell Dorsey of Yahoo Sports, MLB Network, Apple TV. You do a great job, man. Always fun to talk to you. Really appreciate you taking the time with us, and looking forward to talking to you guys. Can't wait for spring training, so let's talk soon, okay?
Appreciate it, guys. Mariners fans, listen, I know it's tough. The sun comes up tomorrow. I'm telling you that right now. It does. It does.
Thanks, Russell.
Appreciate you, man. There he is, Russell Dorsey. Does a great job. Really good conversation with him as we look up at the screen and see a teary-eyed Cal Raleigh speaking with the media last night. And I like that he's talking his Mariner friends off the ledge this morning, which I can imagine there have been many.
It's funny. I'm looking at, I think it's his X post or whatever. There's a picture of Russell Dorsey sitting in a stadium that's entirely empty. And he's like kind of hunched forward like he's watching a game.
Yeah.
I feel like that's every Mariner fan right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I don't want it to end.
I can't believe it's done. I can't believe there's no more baseball. I was getting spoiled by this. It's just weird that there is no Mariner game to look forward to other than I can't wait for spring training now.
Yeah.
And seeing what goes on in the offseason. So really good stuff from Russell Dorsey. If you guys didn't catch all of that or just tuned in, I would really recommend checking out that conversation on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, did an old school way of thinking cause the Mariners' fatal decision last night? We'll get into that coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's he's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
You know, Bob, honesty and integrity is what sets Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine apart from others. And I've been working with Dr. Wagner. You've been listening to me talk about my visit with him. He told me, hey, I can't help you out with your right knee. You need replacement. And not many doctors will give it to you straight. But you had a similar experience with him, right? And a very positive one.
Yeah, I had been hearing testimonials from you and talking about your knee and how honest he was. So I went there with my MRI results. I was having a ton of issues with my hip. I was getting steroid shots in there to relieve the pain, which were very temporary. So we were talking about surgery. So I went to him, and he looked at all the images and said, look, you got a lot happening in there. It's not going to cure every last thing, but it will do a lot in the way of helping you with the problems you have now, like just walking long distances, laying on the couch, trying to just get comfortable. And it's gone way beyond that to where I can train now and do it without the pain I was experiencing, all with a 90-minute procedure. It was amazing.
Yeah, and, not all doctors will give it to you straight. So that's the integrity that he operates under. And, I've heard so many testimonials of people just like you talking about how they can walk 18 holes and, do all the things that they want to do. So whether it's a shoulder, a hip like Bob had, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing. Mention you heard it from me and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Russell Dorsey, who joined us in the previous segment, MLB analyst for Yahoo Sports, MLB Network, Apple TV. Really good conversation. People texting in, they liked him. He was really good. He's good at his craft. Like talking baseball with him. So check that out on the podcast page if you guys missed any part of that. Meanwhile, we were talking about, this Dan Wilson decisions, and this will be talked about for a long time, I'm certain. But Jeff Passan was talking about the move to bring in Bazardo in that situation versus Munoz, and he chalked it up to being more of an old school style of thinking.
It was a distinct lack of acknowledging the leverage of the situation and, frankly, a sort of move that I would think a manager would have made 10 or 15 years ago. But the vast majority of managers these days understand that sometimes the most important outs in the game are not in the ninth inning, they're in the seventh. And in this case, getting those outs and bringing in a strikeout pitcher and somebody who has not faced George Springer all series, as opposed to someone who had faced him multiple times already, would have been the right thing to do. But Dan Wilson did not do it, and the Mariners are paying with the end of their season.
Where's this one rank? You and I were talking about Super Bowl 49. Obviously
this is number 2.
This is a pretty firm number 2.
I can't think of another one that's close.
Yeah.
I mean, this was not one was the Super Bowl, which you thought you had in your pocket. You thought, we're going 2 in a row. I mean, that was a car crash. That was devastating. I was in shock. This, you hadn't got to the baseball version of the Super Bowl. You weren't in the World Series. You were playing for the right to get there. But the fact that you had never been there and the only team in baseball that's never been to a World Series and you're 8 outs away.
Yeah.
The impact of that hit, that home run, felt similar to that interception where you're going, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
I can't freaking believe this just happened. Like, I was a disbelief in that moment. So it felt similar, but the Super Bowl's still going to be number 1 because it was it's the title. You were right there.
That part's true, but also you got to put in the gravity that you haven't been to the World Series. I mean,
ever.
The Seahawks had just come off a Super Bowl win, so you mix that in, maybe that makes it a little bit more. But that was one. I think I'm starting to wrap my head around it. I usually don't question Dan's moves just because I know that it's well informed. I know that he knows more about baseball than I do, and I just kind of tend to go, okay, well, it just didn't work out. But this is one where, it's kind of interesting. I heard this clip earlier from Passan about, that it was a move from like 15 years ago. And
in the postseason, you don't have guys who are assigned 2 innings. You can't. You have to look at the game as if there are 27 outs, and depending on the situation, those outs are going to be worth more or less. They are going to be a higher or lower value, and you're never going to get a higher value point than having both runners to tie the game on base in the winning run, or the go-ahead run, rather, at the plate. And that's what the Mariners had, and they made a 2015 decision.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier in the show. I hadn't heard that clip, but I was saying essentially that in the regular season, I guess I don't look at it so much as this is old school way of thinking, because I think that's how managers are in today's game for the most part in the regular season. Yeah. This is my closer. Here's my 8th inning guy. Here's my setup guy. Here's my bridge guy. These are my leverage arms, and they typically go, like for the Mariners, it was always pretty much Spire, Brash, Munoz. That's kind of how it went. Bazardo worked his way in toward the end of the season because he was that good. But when it's the postseason, that's how you're looking for your best arm in the most detrimental situation, the highest leverage situation, which was where Bazardo came in.
Mm-hmm.
And again, and I think there's merit to look. They didn't lose because Bazardo stinks, and why would you put that bum in there? Again, you are not in this position without him. He was phenomenal for this team, phenomenal. Problem was he pitched 2 innings the night before. They saw him. They saw his stuff. They saw how he sequenced. They saw, the splitter. They saw what he does and how that pitch moves. So they were informed. It was that recent. It was less than 24 hours previous they saw it, whereas they hadn't seen Munoz at all in the series. So there's something to that. And just, again, you want to lose. If you're going to lose, do it with your best guys. If Munoz easily could have come in there, and maybe he gives up the long ball, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that very easily could have happened. You feel like the chances are less, but easily could have happened. It's baseball. He could have left a slider that didn't break, and it just hung out over the plate, and it just ended up in the seats. So there's no guarantee that it works, but that's, we were talking about the Super Bowl play, and I know people love hearing about this, but you have said repeatedly and pounded the table, look, I know how it turned out, but it was the right call based on personnel. It was the right call. Now, the other part of that, it wasn't executed very well. Jermaine Kearse got his butt kicked by Brandon Browner. You're thrown to your 4th receiver there.
Yep.
And
Carter Lockett,
if you're going to run that play, why not do it with your best guy? Why not have Baldwin be the guy?
Baldwin,
You're saying personnel tells me we've got to throw the ball, let me throw it to my best guy, the guy I trust the most, who's done it all year. That's the same situation here. This situation says this is the biggest leverage point of this game right now. It's hanging in the balance, and you got a guy who's mashing through the series. Let me have my best guy face him. And if he beats my best guy, then tip your cap to him. But you just didn't give him that opportunity. And it was very similar in that way to the Super Bowl where it's not a knock on Ricardo Lockett, but Doug Baldwin was your best receiver. If you're going to go with your best guy.
Or put it in Marshawn's hands.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it is a mismatch. There's no question. They were in heavy formation, goal line formation. That says pass the ball. And I think there was something like that year, there was like 75 throws from the 1 yard line during that season, and not one of them was picked off.
Yeah.
So, but that same theory would say, well, I want to put the ball in the best player's hands, and that's Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah. Or if you're going to pass it.
Or Doug Baldwin.
Yeah.
So
that's how it's similar to me, is that you didn't give it to your best, the best that you had available. They were available. He was sitting right there, but you went another direction.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how Munoz feels about it. He said one of the best things a teammate can possibly say in Ryan Divish's article in the Times. He's been awesome for us this season, Munoz said. One homer doesn't determine his season. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to be here, so please keep that in mind. It was a very classy, awesome thing for Munoz to say, but if you're him, man, deep down inside, you got to be like, I wanted to be in there so bad. And, I probably had the same feeling that pretty much every Mariner fan has had, and that's that I'm not ready. I'm not ready yet to end the baseball season.
None of us are. Yeah. And I'll say this, I'll give credit even in the height of emotion and anger and everything that everybody was feeling, including me. I was looking on social. I wasn't posting because I didn't trust myself. But
good for you.
Yeah, I didn't. I reserved. I was reserved there. But reading some of the comments, I didn't really see anybody going, well, Bazardo, what a stiff, what a bum. Yeah. Most of it was directed at Dan. He had a couple, but for the most part, I'm glad people aren't laying into Bazardo like he's just some slappy out there, and how is he even on the team, and why would you think to throw it to him? And look, that again, Munoz said it. You guys watch the season, deep down, without him, you're not in this position.
Yeah.
So it didn't work out. I would have gone with Munoz. I think most people would have, and I'm guessing Dan feels that way today.
Yeah.
In the moment, he felt like that was the right call, and this is a guy that's gotten us through. But
it's kind of a no-win situation, though, because if you put Munoz in and he gets a similar result, people are going to be like, why didn't you stick with Bazardo? He's been good.
Or they would have said, why didn't you leave Wu in? Or anything that doesn't work, it's going to be, well, why didn't you do the opposite of what you just did? Because that didn't work. And we all knew it.
Oh, yeah, of course.
All right, coming up, one sound summed up the scene in the Mariners clubhouse. We're going to hear that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
What a ride.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
We watch stars reach new heights.
Julio, a tremendous catch slamming into the wall. The no-fly zone in full effect.
We saw history.
Watch it fly! Cal Raleigh, how far? Wow!
Congrats on a great run, boys. From your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors, and after over 20 years in our home, our windows, the seals on all of the windows started breaking, and that's when I called Harley Exteriors. They're huge fans of our teams and regular listeners of the station, but what really sold me is their Olympic Series windows. They're built right here in Washington, and they're designed specifically for Pacific Northwest homes and climate, and that means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. They're beautiful windows that last up to 60 years, and they'll also help with noise as well, noise reduction. Harley Exteriors knows you've been spending a ton of money on playoff tickets, so they have a special deal for Seattle sports listeners. They're offering no interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, you buy one window and get the second window 40% off. And they'll take another $200 off your entire project. So they're the friendliest team, and they're so easy to work with. You call the number, and the person on the other end says, How can I make you smile today? How about that? So give them a call and tell them that you heard our ad right here on Wyman and Bob. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY. Or go to harleyexteriors.com.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
At Bible Law Group, we understand when you've got legal problems so biblical, not even an Etsy witch can turn your court case around. With James Bible and his team by your side, don't panic when your ark is lost in divorce or when a whale swallows your defense attorney. At Bible Law Group, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. When your legal problems hit biblical proportions, contact Bible Law Group and let our talented team of lawyers get to work, no matter the problem. Find us at BibleLawGroup.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Fall rains can expose hidden roof problems, and once water gets in, the damage only gets worse. Is your roof ready for the season? Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. At State Roofing and Exteriors, we repair and replace roofs with a quality you've trusted for decades. And yes, we also provide siding, windows, decks, and gutters to keep your entire home protected. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the Dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
Well, we don't often play negative highlights for the Seahawks, but I thought, since they won, and this call does sound kind of eerily similar to Paul Allen, the play-by-play guy of the Vikings, in our infamous call that we love to play with Sam Darnold when he got sacked. It's the Steve Rabel restrained version of the he's holding it too long.
Charbonnet in the backfield on 3rd down and 7. Out of the shotgun is Darnold. 4-man rush by Houston. Darnold has time. Look out, Sam, look out. Sam, the ball comes out. It's going to be a touchdown, Houston. Are you kidding me? Sam's got to get rid of that football. He's slow to get up. He was buried in the end zone. And it's a touchdown, a sack, and a touchdown for Houston. And just like that, we've got a 17-12 ball game.
It's like he's sitting next to him. Sam, get it. Sam. Like he's right there next to him. But that's as negative as you will ever hear Steve Rabel.
Yes, I know.
And I'm sure he was off the air, maybe more colorful. But yeah, that was reminiscent of maybe a play you'd see in one of those final 2 games last year where he kind of spun around right into the guy. Like looked like Charles Cross was pushing him out, and Sam could have probably stepped up. But there was a lot of pressure. I don't know. But he turned around and spun right into the dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember when that happened. Like, what throws did he make after that? I think because he's a quick repair. Like, every once in a while, it's there's a few guys like this. And sometimes it's Sam Darnold. I mean, there are times where, but for the most part, he bounces right back.
Yeah.
He doesn't go in the tank or anything. There's a few players like that. Anthony Bradford. You're going to see him pointing the wrong way in the field. At least once or twice.
Where he's facing the quarterback.
Yes. And then, but then you see him just plow people, and you're like, oh, okay, Reek Woolen, kind of that way. Every once in a while, you're like, what's he doing? The other day, I was about to go crazy because he lost the edge, but he got held. So he drew a penalty there. So I'm like, okay, no, he's totally doing his job. That was good. But yeah, I mean, I think all I care about is, do they recover? Because everybody's going to make bad plays. Everybody in the league is good, and I feel like that's kind of been Sam's deal, that he doesn't let anything get to him. He's really tough emotionally.
Sweeping the Dial.
I think we knew it was going to be a pretty tough clubhouse scene for the Mariners. Cal Raleigh, you mentioned it, Bob. He had tears in his eyes, and then in the middle of Brian Wu doing an interview, we heard an anguished scream. Didn't know it at the time. Turned out it was confirmed it was Julio. But you'll hear the scream in the middle of a question to Brian Wu.
What ultimately do you feel like the legacy of this team is going to be, having gone as further than any other team in franchise history?
Legacy is no one's really satisfied or happy with this, I think.
I feel you. I feel you, Julio. That's probably exactly what it sounded like in my house, except mine was a curse word.
That was like primal. Holy moly. Yeah. I mean, that's a painful. I was wondering what it was going to sound like. Like, oh man, that was haunting.
You haven't heard that?
I had not heard that.
Oh yeah. And you see Wu kind of look over, and it's not like he's smiling or anything. He just looks and goes back to the.
So frustrating, man.
Yeah, that's he was screaming for the entire fan base in that moment.
Yeah.
We were all feeling that same exact thing, and I'm sure every player on that team's looking at what could I have done, And unfortunately, he's the one that made the last out, and he chased off the plate. What are you gonna say? I mean, you can get mad that he swings and misses there. It was ball 4. You want to give Cal an opportunity there, but he's also the reason you were even in that situation, because he was responsible for the first 2 runs of the game. 2 of the 3 runs you had.
That kind of gave me goosebumps a little bit, and people are texting in like, "Wow!" And honestly, after that game, that's exactly how I yelled. So yeah, I mean, I think he pretty much just voiced what every Mariner fan was feeling.
Sweeping the dial.
You guys broke down the emergence of JSN and how he's become, if not the best, certainly in the elite level of wide receivers in the NFL this year. And Cooper Kupp feels like with that and with the way Sam Darnold's playing, there's potential to unlock even more in this Seahawks offense.
Yeah, no, there is. And I think we know that. Like, we know our standards much higher. And shoot, when we can put together all three phases, complementary football, I think we can be a really, really dangerous football team. And then just, like you said, offensively, still being able to come up with points and things like that here and there. I think the defense puts in some good spots. But yeah, shoot, there's good stuff. There's good stuff on tape. I'm not saying like it's all bad. There's good stuff on tape. It's just being able to do that consistently and just play our brand of football. Play our brand of football, play in and play out, we'll be better.
Yeah, last night, it was sloppy. You had 4 turnovers. Yeah. Can't have it. A really good team is going to beat you. You're going to lose a game like that. But for the most part, through 7 games, the only area of offense that is consistently a question mark at this point for me is the running game. Like, just how can you become more effective? The attempts were there. They ran it more than they passed it last night, but they're, yards per carry. They're not piling up a ton of yards. So
No.
that's the one, the one area I'd look at and go, yeah, that could be better.
Well, yeah, that and take care of the ball. I think, that's one of the things that stink. Mark Schlereth always tells us about, the play action game and that you got to have more attempts. You got to really keep chipping away at it. And it was a good opportunity for them to do that because for a good part of the game, they were in a comfortable lead. But it was just kind of frustrating to watch. Get like 3 yards and 4 yards, and you're waiting for that big one to break. And
each guy had I think, didn't they have like a 16-yarder and a 15-yarder? Like each guy had one fairly big run.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Ken Walker had the 16-yard run, and Charbonnet the 15-yard one, and he scored a couple of touchdowns. So. Yeah, it's just something that you've got to stick with it. And what'd you think about the throw from Cooper Kupp, the interception?
I thought it was unnecessary. Yeah. I didn't. I get part of me is like I like that they're trying to be creative and catch a team off guard, but at the same time I was like, you seem to be in control.
Yeah.
Didn't really seem necessary. And we saw the one earlier in the season where it was JSN throwing to Charbonnet.
Yep. Well, and that one worked twice last year, but that's a totally different regime.
Yeah.
Which is funny. All new offensive coaches, and they've done that. They had a screen that they tried to set up one time. I wish they were better at screen. I always say that I think the teams that really work on it are the ones that have success, and maybe it's not that. Maybe they work on it all the time and in practice, but I just there was. Even though, like when you said there was 4 giveaways today, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I didn't even really notice that part of it.
Well, the game never felt in jeopardy to me.
No.
Now I was a little numb watching it, but it never felt like, man, they're gonna lose this thing if they don't get their bleep straight. But they did. I never felt that it was in danger. They just seemed to be in control and like, oh, they're sloppy. But I don't know. Texans didn't represent that big of a threat to me.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, we'll get El Hombre's perspective on what he saw out of the Mariners last night and everything else going on. He's going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
They restored hope to the loyal, longtime fans.
The Mariners will play in October.
And showed a new generation what October baseball looks like.
Get out the rye bread and mustard, Grandma. It is grand salami time. Eugenio Suarez.
The next season will hang a new banner.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
Congrats on a great run, boys, from your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton here, and honesty and integrity is what sets Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine apart from others. Bob, I was telling you the story about how I went in there, asked him about my right knee. He says, I can't help you. You got to get a replacement there. And, he's always very straight with everyone. He can tell you if he can help you or not. And you had that similar experience, right?
Yeah, I went in for a hip issue I had developing over a number of years that was just getting worse and worse and worse. I was getting steroid shots in the hip that would last for a couple of months, and then I was back to square one. So I went to see him. Showed him all the images, MRI, all of that stuff, and he identified all the problems and said it's not going to fix everything. This isn't a magic pill, but it's going to go a long way into curing a lot of what you're dealing with, just pain, walking long distances, laying on a couch, trying to get comfortable, just simple everyday things were painful.
Were you like pleasantly surprised? Like you were like, oh man, this is definitely on the upside.
Yeah, because surgery is no longer part of the equation. I thought this might work a little bit and maybe eventually, maybe it would prolong it, but no, it's to this point, surgery is not even part of the conversation.
Yeah, it's great to hear, and I get a lot of testimonials from people that, couldn't walk 18 holes, and now they're playing 36 a day. So whether it's a shoulder, a hip like Bob had, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Winter's here, Seattle. Is your roof ready? Get $500 off by scheduling your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com. Let us make your roofing project easy this winter. Our certified crews deliver worry-free installations backed by industry-leading warranties, even in the rainy season. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, a full sports book and bar, over 1,000 top-rated slots and table games, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Las Vegas Raiders wide receiver Jacoby Myers is standing firm with his request to be traded from the team. The November 4th trade deadline approaching. He was asked about it. He said, "Oh, for sure, but I'm a professional at the end of the day. I'm just trying to play good football. If I'm here, I'll play good football. If I'm not here, I'll go there and play wherever I'm supposed to be." They couldn't reach an agreement on a new deal, so he then said he wanted out. Raiders, however, denied his request. He's in the final year of his 3-year, $33 million deal, which he signed in 2023 after 4 years with the New England Patriots. Meanwhile, Broncos linebacker Dre Greenlaw's one-game suspension for unsportsmanlike conduct toward a referee has been upheld on appeal. The league made that announcement today. He will miss Denver's home game against the Dallas Cowboys this Sunday.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Yeah, you know what you can get me, Pee-wee?
What?
El Hombre.
That was a catastrophe.
I know.
That's a new low. Bronze is better.
El Hombre.
The natural meets Rudy meets. I don't even know how to describe it.
El Hombre.
He's here to make us all feel better, everybody. Our own ray of sunshine, joining us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He's the one, the only El Hombre, Michael Bradley, here with us. How are you, man?
Don't be sad because it's over. Be happy because it happened.
Yeah. I don't think people are ready to embrace that saying right now. I think there's a lot of anger. There's a lot of finger pointing. There's a lot of what if. I assume you watched the game. Did you go to bed or did you watch the whole thing?
I made it through the 7th, which was enough. And yeah.
You made it. Yeah. You made it through the decision that everybody's pointing to.
Exactly, and the pitch that everybody's pointing to also. It caught an awful lot of the plate, as they say.
Yeah. Well, where do you stand as far as? I mean, that's the one sport where I feel like we were comparing it to Super Bowl 49, where they passed on the 1-yard line. Yeah. New England picks it off, but I don't know. It just I feel like for baseball managers, they can't win. I mean, if you're wrong, you're wrong, and that's it. It doesn't matter what the stats are or anything. It just seems like that's the most scrutinized of all of the coaching positions in sports.
Yeah, I mean, when it works great, right? And the Phillies win. When they got the one win over the Dodgers, they started Aaron Nola, who had an ERA of over 6, and he went 2 innings. And then Ranger Suarez, who hadn't been great, consistently for 5 innings, got through 7 innings, get a bunch of home runs, and Rob Thompson looks like a genius. The next night, it's why the heck are you walking Shohei Ohtani to get to Mookie Betts? Why are you why are you doing that instead of letting Duran go against your bad on bad? So there's always going to be second guessing. There's always going to be mistakes. The managers are paid to take the heat. They're also paid to get the credit. And, the players have to make the plays. And when they don't, it doesn't work out. And this was a colossal problem for the Mariners. You hate to see what happened. Brought back memories of me of Joe Carter in '93 doing the same thing in the Phillies in walk-off style in the World Series.
Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, because as you know, everybody knows, the Mariners have never been to a World Series, and here they are 8 outs away. 8 outs away, which is a lot. It's still work to be done, but you had the lead, and you're right there. And then the question was, why not in that situation? And I'm curious if you think this is – we had a cut from Jeff Passan talking about an old-school mentality is how he attributed Dan Wilson's decision-making to that, in saying that – this has been our guy in this situation all season long, so we're going to use this guy rather than it's the highest leverage moment of the game. That's where your best arm should come in. That's your closer, Andres Munoz, and he's sitting there not being used and doesn't get used. Meanwhile, this guy had pitched 2 innings the night before, which to me is the bigger question. Why'd you throw him out there for 2 innings when you were down 5-0? But they had just seen everything he's got in 2 innings the night before, and you're bringing him in this situation again. It just felt like, man, if you brought in Munoz, it didn't work. I think most people would understand the decision, but this is one I think. And Bazardo's been great; he's been phenomenal, but it just didn't work, and I think it was a fair question.
No, there's no question it's a fair question, but as you know, they said, the tradition, you don't bring in, you know, letting a pitcher throw 2 innings like that, you're right. They've seen everything. They know what's coming, and he's, you know, who knows? Excuse me. Who knows how tired he is also. And in that position, you say, do we want to get to the 9th inning and throw our best arm and finish it off, you know, on the road? Do we think we can get through these 2 innings with what we got? That's what happens in these situations. And it is why the teams with the best bullpens generally win it all, because they're the ones who can get you from the 5th to the 9th. They've got enough arms that can come in and shut down the other team. And the Phillies didn't have that this year. They didn't have it when they lost to Houston in the World Series. And last night it was a struggle for the Mariners.
Yeah, how do you like the matchup as far as you look at the Blue Jays? I mean, there was a lot of complaining on our side of what we didn't do, but if you look at, you know, some of their numbers like batting average, on base percentage, they have the second fewest strikeouts. Yeah, what do you think about the matchup here with the Blue Jays and the Dodgers? The Dodgers.
I think the Dodgers win. I think Los Dodgers win. They just have everything. You know, they've got great starting pitching. They've got a great bullpen, and all of a sudden, you know, the rookie is a closer. They've got a lineup that you cannot sort of take an inning off against. You know, you get through Ohtani and Betts and Freeman, and then you got to deal with the bottom of the order with Hernandez and, you know, and Muncy, and they can do damage everywhere. I just think the one thing about the World Series is this isn't one game where one team can get hot. You've got to win a 7-game series, and that is really hard to do. Look, the Blue Jays are a really good team, and they got home field, right? They got more wins than the Dodgers did. But we've seen it so many times in baseball history, who's the hot team. And the Blue Jays are hot, but the Dodgers are really hot. They've had a great September, and now they're having a great October.
Yeah, I hope it continues and they freight train Toronto. That's what I'm hoping for. But I'm curious, just in looking at what happened with the Mariners. Do you look at this team and say this is sort of the beginning of what could be a nice run for them, or do you look at it and say, man, that may be your best opportunity you're going to see in a while?
Well, you never know. I mean, with the expanded playoffs, there's a really good chance this team gets back if they're healthy next year. Remember a couple of years ago we were talking about, they can pitch but they can't hit.
Yeah.
Well, this year they hit, and that was great. So it's important to be able to do both. They did. They got a bye. They made it to the ALCS. They made it to within 8 outs of the World Series. It's a great run. They have the talent. They have, and it now looks like they've got the desire to do what it takes to win. You know, they went out at the trade deadline and made a really good addition. Paid off great on Friday. So they have an opportunity to be good for a while. The question is, if you're a Mariners fan, is the front office going to keep doing what needs to be done every offseason and then every deadline to keep the team competitive? And that's not always the case, but it seems like this front office has made that commitment.
What about in Philly? Is that something that comes up often, or is it, as far as payroll and is ownership and management going to step up?
Well, they know there's no question the management's going to step up. I mean, they have paid a lot of money. The question is, are they going to make dumb decisions? And they've got some free agents that they're going to re-sign who are older that I don't think they should. This is a very unpopular take in Philadelphia, but they should not re-sign Schwarber.
Oh, really? Oh.
He's going to be 33 when the season starts. They're going to give him a 4-year deal. It's going to be a long contract, and there's no way he's hitting 58 or 56 home runs next year. In 2 years, you could be sitting there going, wow, he's hitting 210, and he's going to hit some home runs, but he's striking out a ton. So, you know, what are you going to do? When do you cut bait with free agents who are not as good? When do you make the decision to be a little bit ruthless with some of your older players? and then when you're going to be very proactive and say, okay, we'll spend a little extra because we need to get this position filled.
How hypothetically, if they do go that route and say, you know what, it's going to be too rich for our blood for a guy who's going to be older and declining skills, what have you, we're going to let him, go land somewhere else. How does that play in Philly?
It will not play well, and I think they're going to re-sign him simply because they kept the manager and they kept the hitting coach, and the hitting coach is a buddy of his, and he's close with him. So I think that's their first thing that they're saying to him: we want you back. I think he wants to be back. The question is, how much are they going to pay, and what's it going to preclude them from doing otherwise? And I'm somebody that says you have had your window. You've had 4 years where you haven't been able to win a World Series with this core. It's not working. It's not going to work. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And you can say all you want, the Dodgers are the best team. We're the only team that beat them in a game, blah, 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 blah. You didn't get there. It's time to go in another direction.
Last night, the Seahawks paid tribute to the Mariners by doing their little infield dance thing. Unfortunately, they didn't get the word that the Mariners had lost. But is there that kind of connection with the baseball team and the football team there in Philly?
Not really. They are not stupid. They acknowledge each other. But I mean, let's face it. As much as the Phillies have a great fan base and get about 3 million fans a year, this is an Eagles town, and that's the real town. That's the real team. Now you'll go to a Phillies game. When they were bad, from about 2012 to about 2017, and you would be hearing Eagles chants during the Phillies game. EAGLES Eagles, which is advanced stuff for a lot of Philadelphia fans. You understand that properly. But you would hear that. And, the Sixers and Flyers are a distance behind them. When they were really good, everybody went crazy. But on a regular basis, no. It's Eagles, Phillies, and then the other two.
Who was it, by the way? Was it the mayor or somebody that screwed up the chant?
The mayor messed it up. EAGGAL. I don't remember what she said, but it was not a good look.
Yeah.
It's a 6-letter word. You should be able to spit that one out pretty easily.
That was rough.
Yeah,
that was rough.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm curious to get your take on Julio Rodriguez, because he's a bit polarizing at times out here. He's just so far in his 4 seasons in the big leagues. He's 24 years old, and the trend has been slow starts, all-star break. He's on fire, one of the best players in the game. And that was true again this year. Really slow start. All-star break happens. He goes crazy, ends up with a 30-30 season, second time in his career. I'm looking at it going, okay, yeah, I'm one of those people that wrings my hands as well. Like, man, where is this guy in the beginning of the season and all of that? But then you look at the end result and go, they were the number 2 seed in the American League, and they're 8 outs away from a World Series, and he's hitting home runs, and he's doing his part in the postseason. Should we be that upset about it? I mean, I get it. These games can matter, but you were the number 2 seed. I guess maybe they had a chance at number 1 seed if he is on fire the whole year, which I don't think is a realistic expectation. But how do you view that with a player that ultimately, when it's all said and done, is putting up the numbers and you're in the position that the Mariners were?
Well, it really depends on how old he is. Like, the Phillies have a player like that in Nick Castellanos, who at the end of the year, now this year he had a rotten year, but in the past he would have, he'd have long stretches where he was really bad. And then he'd get so hot for a week to 10 days where he'd literally carry the team. And then at the end of the year, you'd look and you'd see, 260, 25, 30 home runs, a lot of RBIs. And you'd say, okay, he had a good year. Some people are streaky. Some players are like that. It's tough to find. The great ones are the ones who don't go into prolonged slumps. Right. But even they do. I mean, it's 162 games. It's ludicrous. It's a 6-month season. And to expect somebody to be great for 6 months is unreasonable. Now, that's why we always say fan is short for fanatic, because fans are by nature unreasonable. But at the same time, if he was 29, 30, you'd start to say, do we really want to sign him? But you probably have him under control for another year or two. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, he signed a 10-year deal.
Oh, okay. But he's 24. Let's see what he does next year, the year after, you're not going to get rid of them, because if you're trading somebody that's got that many years left on a deal, the other team's going to go, what's wrong with him? You like them enough to sign him, so you're not going to get a lot for him. If anybody even takes him, you may have to pay part of his salary. So the end result was good. The team result was good. I think you've got, I'd look at the bullpen, and I'd look at there's probably other positions that need more attention.
Yeah, and I would say that argument is better held when they miss the playoffs by a game, which they've done a couple years.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, you know what? Had he been mediocre in these stretches, that's the difference of a couple games. But in a year like this, when you finish again, you won the division for the first time in a quarter century, and you're the number 2 seed. It's hard to say, well, had he had a better start, it would have been a better ending to the season.
Look, it's hard for people to hear this right now, because you are right now so upset and crushed, and everybody was making their plans for next week, when they're going to be watching the games, how they're going to get tickets, et cetera. And it's so exciting to be part of the World Series. But this was a hell of a year. And this is a team that, if you're looking at it, is on the rise. The reason I'm sick of the Phillies is they lose to the Astros in the World Series, and they lose in the division series, the NLCS, to the Diamondbacks after a 2-0 lead. Then they choke against the Mets last year, and then they look rotten in 3 of the 4 games against the Dodgers offensively. This team has had its window. Your team is just about climbing through it, and that's what you want to see in the next year or two. Can it take that final step and get where it needs to, where everybody wants it to be?
Michael, I'm guessing that you didn't make it through the second Monday Night Football game. Is that right?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, 10 o'clock start out there. Is that right?
That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
So no, I'm sorry, but I did not.
Well, one of the things you missed was Jackson Smith and Jigba. Now I know he's an Ohio State guy, but he dunked the ball over the crossbar. And I think that's 10 feet. Pretty sure it is. And, it was pretty impressive, but they flagged him for it. I mean, is this getting back to the no fun league? I mean, I think
that's kind of stupid.
I think it's awesome.
I mean, I get it. You're right. If I score a touchdown and I jam the football in your face, yeah, flag me. If I spike it at your feet, yes, flag me. If I start yelling at you and talking an inordinate amount of stuff because I beat you on a long pass, yeah, flag me. But dunking it over the what do you think? You're going to pull down the goalpost?
Yeah.
Seriously, that's ridiculous. But look, the NFL's a corporation. It's not a sports league.
Yeah, that's true. It did make the uprights kind of wobble a little bit. Yeah, but they said that was the reason. But I'm like, come on, man, that was.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's stupid.
Yeah,
Michael, is the NFC West the best division in football? You got 3 teams sitting there tied at 5-2, and then you got the Cardinals who are 2-5. But Niners, Seahawks, and Rams all sitting there at 5-2.
Yeah, well, I mean, for a while I thought it was going to be the AFC West, but San Diego, and if they ever wear those stupid banana uniforms again, they should the players should revolt.
It was horrible.
I'm surprised. Can you imagine you put that thing on and you stand in front of the mirror before the game? You say, what is going on here?
Yeah.
I look like a tube of French's mustard. And then they went out and played like garbage, too.
Yeah.
So I don't think you'll be seeing, it's a line from the, you won't be seeing him no more. I don't think you'll be seeing them anymore. It's a line from The Godfather. It could well be the best division. It certainly isn't the NFC East, and the Central's a mess. So we saw the Vikings. Philadelphia played the Vikings this past week, and Carson Wentz is horrible, and the South between Atlanta, New Orleans, and Carolina, they're rotten. So it very well could be.
What's worse?
2 teams is.
I'm sorry.
What's that?
I was just going to pose the question: what's worse, those banana uniforms or the action green neon highlighter that the Seahawks have?
I think the yellow ones are worse. The Seahawks ones are gruesome. I mean, they are not good at all. But the yellow, all yellow, that's just I don't know how to describe it. I was watching it. I was said to my wife, "Look at this." And she couldn't care less. But I'm like, this is an abomination. And I get a text from a good friend of mine who is a old school fan. Like, he and I trade videos of mud games from the '60s. And he said, what do you think Lance Allworth would have said if he had to put that one on back in the day? Bambi would not have been happy with that.
No.
So, that was awful. They hold the record. I don't think there's been a worse one. The mustard ones, like the Gouldens mustard ones, some team wore. Was it the Jaguars? Was it I think it was the Jaguars were like mustard ones about 5 years ago. Yeah. That just were hideous.
Oh, the Steelers had those like bumblebee looking ones. Oh, remember those?
Yeah, it looked like a
but they were a
rugby shirt.
tribute to the old days. Those were homages. This was what did they call them? The supercharged uniforms. Yeah, they were supercharged, all right. They just send them right. They look like they just belong. It looked like a hot dog that had too much mustard on it. It was just bad.
I just like that you're telling your wife, and you're saying she couldn't care less.
She doesn't care.
I can just picture her going, "Yeah, what am I looking at? I don't care."
No. She was on. She's looking at her phone or watching a reality show. I'm like, look at these uniforms. Where? That TV right there. See those? Oh yeah. Huh? Like, come on, man. You throw me a bone here.
She didn't give you the reaction you were hoping for. Yeah, those are awful.
I comment on the ridiculous lip injections that they get on the Housewives shows.
Yeah.
She watches.
There you go. Yeah, no kidding. That sounds like a scene from my house.
Yeah,
right there.
You're doing your part.
Yeah.
You're engaging.
Yes, I am. Exactly. I'm trying to find common ground.
There you go.
ELGSES Eagles. Let's go Birds.
Was it
let's go
EAL?
Birds. My goodness.
Is
EALGL.
ELG.
Eagles.
ELG. Elgs. Yeah, that was the mayor.
I don't know. That was no good.
That was the mayor of Philadelphia.
That was the mayor of Philadelphia.
Oh, boy. Goodness gracious.
Not good.
He is El Hombre. You find him here every Tuesday at 5 o'clock. You can also find him on Twitter at Daily Hombre. At Daily Hombre is where you find him on Twitter. Michael, we appreciate the counseling. We'll talk again next week.
So long, suckers.
That scared me.
I know. That was
your first.
I had to get it in before he hung up.
Yeah.
But I wanted to just catch you guys all off guard.
Yeah, that one startled me as well. I was like, whoa. Yeah. ELG.
I thought I pushed a button or something.
So I was trying to figure out where she screwed up. She forgot the A.
Yeah.
And then went ELG and then realized, I need ES again. So she went 2 S's. ELGSES. Go Birds.
Oh, my goodness. There you go. All right. Meanwhile, it was a decision that we'll look back on for a very long time. We'll hear some of the reasoning behind it. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
What a ride.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
We watch stars reach new heights.
Julio, a tremendous catch slamming into the wall. The no-fly zone in full effect.
We saw history.
Watch it fly! Cal Raleigh, how far? Wow!
Congrats on a great run, boys. From your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
At Bible Law Group, we understand when your legal problems hit biblical levels. That's why you can't wait 20 years to make the playoffs. You need help in court now. With James Bible and his team by your side, don't panic when the giants you're facing seem 10 feet tall or when you feel trapped in a lion's den of litigation. At Bible Law Group, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. When your legal problems are biblical, contact Bible Law and let our talented team get to work. No matter the case, find us at BibleLawGroup.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
The fall, well, it's a great time to reset your workouts on new stuff, and Top Fitness has some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you've heard me talk about working out in your home gym. It's the best. From flooring to everything that goes in that gym, like treadmills, ellipticals, and strength training systems, well, Top Fitness provides it all. Top Fitness represents the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, yes, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with so many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions right now, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll do a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing. Mention you heard it from me and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret that everyone, from personal trainers to professional athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit them online at topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Seattle's rainy season is here. Don't wait to replace your roof. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project. Our expert team creates a custom plan for your home, ensuring a smooth, worry-free installation even in the winter months. With material prices low and lead time short, now is the best time to act. Stop throwing money at costly repairs. Protect your home this winter with a new roof from your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing. Visit 3treeroofing.com today to secure your $500 discount. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Ryan Rowland-Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Listen, we're all a little fragile right now. I don't know if it's time for mean texts.
Yeah, we can't do that.
But somebody taking issue with your opinion on the Action Green. They said, Wyman sounds like he's 87. The Action Green uniforms are awesome. And we're nearly undefeated in them, Gramps.
Nearly undefeated. Those are terrible. I mean,
they're trash.
That's the first person I've heard that would stand up for them.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know anybody that said, no way, those are awesome.
Yeah.
No. Everybody I know thinks, oh, yeah, those are horrible.
Did you ever see, I grew up in the woods and whatnot, up in Northern California. You ever see a banana slug? It's like a yellow slug. That's what that looked like to me, the Chargers the other day. The action green looks exactly like a highlighter that I use every weekend on my boards when I'm calling a game.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're terrible.
Awful.
Yeah.
They're awful. I've not met. Do you like those, Lefko?
Yeah, I don't know. I like how they pop. They do play well in them.
You think they play well because they're wearing that uniform?
Look good, feel good, play good. I don't know. Some people believe in that.
They're not looking good. I would say if you want something beyond their regular, you got to go with the throwbacks. Those are,
of course, and those are
awesome. Everybody
unblemished,
loves those.
awesome.
I get so many texts from people about how awesome those
everybody now that's a consensus. I don't know anybody that looks at those and goes, ugh.
Yeah, they should just go with that. Go back to it.
Why not?
Yeah,
they look great.
Yeah.
That game with the Bucks, I didn't like the outcome, but I liked the way it looked visually.
What'd you think about the Matt Hasselbeck days and Sean Alexander? That was like that gunmetal blue or something. Didn't like
I'm trying
those.
to remember what that.
Yeah, it was. That wasn't my favorite. I didn't like those that much, but I liked the Wolf Gray. Remember when
I
they
like
went
that.
They went to Toronto and played the Bills, I think it was, and beat them like 55-12 or something. And they were wearing the Wolf Grays. I was like, oh, those are
cool. I love the throwbacks. Throwbacks looked great. That just visually, aesthetically, that game with the Bucks was cool. They were in the creamsicle ones. Uniforms, Seahawks and their throwbacks. That was cool.
That was.
360 said action green's not that bad. Better than the yellow.
Well, yeah, those Charger uniforms were just brutal. Really bad.
815 in Illinois said action green tops, navy pants, best uni combo out there.
Yeah, that was like 2009, I think, where they had it was part of the action green up top, and then it had blue sleeves. It was like a combination.
And blue pants,
and it looked like a little league team, basically, like Pop Warner type of uniform.
I don't like them.
Yeah,
I don't like them. 206 said action green was the color Sherm was wearing when he got hurt. Hate it. So, yeah, I haven't interacted with anybody that said those. They got to wear those all the time. Those are great. That's not a good look.
It looked really bad on offensive linemen.
Yeah.
That's way too much material.
Meanwhile, the Mariners season comes to an end last night, and the big debate, which I would imagine will rage on for weeks and months and maybe years, maybe forever. I don't know. Until they win a World Series, perhaps. Should Munoz have been in there over Bazardo? And Dan Wilson obviously was asked about that last night in light of how things turned out. Here's what he had to say.
I think, like we said, Bazardo's been doing it all season long and has been so consistent at it, and he's done such a good job all year. And we felt really comfortable with him out there, the way he's been throwing the ball, especially in this series, and it was a good spot for him.
I mean, good on him going with your conviction. You felt good about it. You're still gonna defend it. I wouldn't expect him to come out and go, upon further reflection, I made a mistake. I should have brought in Munoz. I don't think you're going to hear that from him. Maybe behind closed doors, it's a different conversation. But just the fact that you threw Bazardo out there the night before, which at the time I thought was odd because they were down 5-0 when they brought him in. I'm thinking, man, all right, this game doesn't feel like you're going to get back into it. So we're looking at a game 7. You need your leverage guys fresh and ready. And he went 2 innings in that game.
I wonder what the protocol is as far as, is Dan checking with somebody? Is there?
I don't know how that works. If I know there's an assumption or a perception that, Jerry's telling him what the lineup should be, or it's coming from the analytics department. I'm sure that all gets mixed into the stew, but I think they probably have scenarios like, all right, we get to this point of the game, depending on where we're at in the lineup, here's our guy. And if we're in this part of the lineup, if we're up, it's this guy. If we're down, it's this guy. If we're, so I'm sure they've got all these different scenarios mapped out. I don't think he's going by the seat of his pants going, you know what? I feel like Bazardo would be good here. Let's go get him.
Yeah.
I think it's pre-planned based on the situation. So he went on to further break down why Bazardo was his choice.
Yeah, I mean, you make your decisions, and sometimes you have to live and die with it, and I think again, the way Zardo has thrown the ball all season long, we were comfortable with where we were, and it just again didn't go our way.
No, It didn't. And again, the two reasons that struck me initially when I saw him coming out, I was like, they just saw him last night.
Yeah.
They just saw him for 2 innings. They saw all of his stuff last night. Not that it couldn't still be effective, but you just get a feel for a guy. All right, this is how he approaches it. This is what he does. And the other part was, how does he feel physically? He didn't look like he was compromised physically. I'll say that. It didn't look like he was, the velocity was down or anything like that, but maybe his command wasn't where he wanted it. Maybe, I don't know how he felt, but it was just more about his exposure the night before. And I'd almost question that move as much. Like I said, it's a kind of a blowout situation. You're down 5-0, and this is one of your leverage guys you're going to put out there for 2 innings. I didn't quite understand that, but yeah, it's going to be one that we're going to be talking about for a long time, I think.
Well, and I'm sure that Dan is fully ready to, take all of that on. I mean, he knows that that's part of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just sort of the legend has kind of grown of Andres Munoz, and when he comes in and they turn the lights off and everything, and he's just been dominant. And the fact that he doesn't get a chance, I get that, but that's for Dan. I mean, I doubt he gets very sensitive about it, just because that's just part of it. That goes along with the description.
One more on this. This is from Jeff Passan, who is breaking down why he would have gone with Munoz.
While I understand wanting to go to a reliever there after Brian Wu gave up a pair of hits to start the inning, you had one of the best closers in baseball waiting. You had him on 2 days rest. You had him capable of going multiple innings. You had 8 outs to get to the World Series. And I'm sorry, but when you've got 8 outs, and a bullpen that includes Andres Munoz, Matt Brash, Gabe Spire, and others, you do not use Edward Bazardo in that situation, regardless of how many times you have used him in the 7th inning before.
You also had Bryce Miller, Luis Castillo.
Yeah.
There were no shortage of options there. The only thing he didn't get right is he didn't give up a pair of hits. One was a walk. The other was a hit. But, yeah, either way, you had 2 runners on. They bunt him over. And there you go. First base is open. Then that comes the conversation. Should that be Springer being walked? And you load the bases to set up the double play. And I'm like, you don't have any guarantee that he's going to hit into a double play.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just sort of assuming that's how it goes. And if you strike that guy out or he pops up, you get him out, you still have 2 outs, and here comes Vladimir with the bases juiced. So I don't love that situation at all. I don't care who's on the mound, with Munoz or anybody. I don't like that. So I was not in favor of walking Springer in that situation. But I was also on board with, Munoz needs to be the guy. Your best arm needs to be going up in that situation, because that's the biggest situation of the game to that point. Meanwhile, there's one aspect to the ALCS that we have yet to discuss, but it did play a big role in why the Mariners' season is over. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
After years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery, and I'm talking about stem cell therapy. Well, and my buddy and co-host Bob Stelton, also in pain, and decided to go see Dr. Wagner.
I had a hip issue from 14 years of jiu-jitsu.
How's the pain now?
Everything I did before, I can do just as well. Hitting the heavy bag, sparring, rolling, all of that is back in play. This whole thing has been such a pleasant surprise, because I really was of the mindset, I'm going to have to go under the knife. I'm going to have to get surgery. And this really saved me from that. I could not be happier with the results.
Whether it's a hip like Bob had, a shoulder, a knee, a wrist, an ankle, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
Do it. You will not regret it.
Hey, get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching.
This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Has it been hot in your house this summer? Maybe worried about the cold coming in this fall and into the winter? Might be because your insulation's just not up to snuff. That was my problem, Mike Salk here, and that's why I called Crawl Pros. They came out, they did a corner-to-corner inspection of my crawl space and attic, and they fixed that problem once and for all. If your home has any damaged insulation or no insulation in the attic or crawl space, you're bleeding money every month to heat and cool your home, but you don't have to. And even better, if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, 95%, but you gotta act now. Many of these rebates are ending at the end of this year, including the federal incentives. Let Crawl Pros come out and properly insulate your home before the cooler fall weather comes in. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years of living in our home, our window seals started breaking. That's when I called Harley Exteriors. They're huge fans of our teams and regular listeners at the station, but what really sold me was their Olympic Series windows, built right here in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. They're beautiful windows that last up to 60 years, and they'll help with noise, too. Harley Exteriors knows you've been spending a ton on playoff tickets, so they have a special deal for Seattle sports listeners. No interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off, and take another $200 off your entire project. They're the friendliest team and so easy to work with. You call the number and the person on the other line asks, "How can I make you smile today?" Just give them a ring and tell them you heard our ad. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
If I'm a pitcher, I'm like, oh, I'll just throw my my double play ball, right?
Yeah, just throw that one.
Yeah, okay. We're getting some text here. Lots of good ideas out there.
Yeah, lots of absolutes.
Well, they're ideas
absolutes.
anyway.
When it's all said and done, are we just looking at a team in Toronto that's just a better team?
Yes. I'm sorry. Offensively.
Certainly a better lineup.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the lineup. I'm not sure about pitching. I mean, they were so up and down this year, and we just kind of expected everything to be 2024 as far as the pitching goes. But, yeah, I mean, when you look at they're a contact team. I was talking to Brent Stecker, who writes for Seattle Sports, of course, and, we were just talking about the numbers. And, they hit for average, on base percentage. They
don't strike out.
Yeah, they don't strike out. They're number one in hits. This is during the regular season. And then, as far as strikeouts, they have the second fewest strikeouts in Major League Baseball. So, and, not big like home run numbers, nothing like over the top there, but just getting on base.
Yeah, they're a contact team that doesn't strike out. So,
yep.
1 through 9, there's no debate, especially the bottom of their order. I mean, it wasn't even a comparison what they did versus what the Mariners' bottom did. 7, 8, 9. You got nothing. You got almost zero from the bottom of your lineup.
Remember that series against the Rangers where I think it was it maybe a 4-game series where our 7, 8, 9 were just crushing it. Just crushing it. And I think it was Cole Young was part of it. JP, of course, was part of it. Dominic Canzone.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly had moments during the season.
Yeah.
Just didn't happen when it mattered most.
But, I mean, they drew in 4 games, they drew a ton of walks. And, and I started to think, hey, man, maybe this is something that's gonna grow. But, yeah, that was the difference there, that you didn't get that and the Blue Jays did.
Jeff Passan talking about this, and in his opinion, said the series showed just obviously how deep that Blue Jays lineup is.
They're so deep, and it's guys like Ernie Clement who can get you to World Series as much as the Julio Rodriguez's and Cal Raleighs of the world. It's Nathan Lucas, and it's just 1 through 9 what the Blue Jays have. It's really impressive, and you guys saw it. The way they put the ball in play, man. Like, it's a thing, and I think it's a thing to the extent that it scares the Dodgers a little bit. And I'm not sure how much of what the Mariners do would have scared the Dodgers. Maybe the capability of their starting pitching. Certainly the Raleigh-Rodriguez combination at the top of the lineup. Those things would have gone a long way. But the Blue Jays, they play wonderful fundamental baseball.
And hopefully they get swept. So we'll see what goes on. And I tend to agree with them. I mean, as much as I was refusing to discuss the next step when people were, who would you rather face, the Brewers or the Dodgers, when that series was going on, I was like, I'm not answering. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm not talking. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, yeah, it doesn't feel like a very favorable matchup with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll go out and get beat. We'll see what goes on. But I didn't feel like the Mariners had a really good shot against that team. But unfortunately, we won't find out, Dave.
Okay, well, I have to pose this question: who do you root for? And I can tell you right away who I'm rooting for
in this series,
in the World Series.
The Dodgers, easy.
Why?
Because
Toronto beat you.
I don't care.
You want them to win?
No, I don't.
Yes.
I want Springer to go. I want him to get plunked in his other knee and hobble around. I want Vladdy to go 0 for the series. I want Springer to go 0 for the series. I want them to get swept.
Okay, other than Springer, because I also hate Springer. I think he might be he might have eclipsed Jose Altuve
or Bregman.
Yeah. Because like I said earlier, he gets beamed in the knee. And then he's down there making a big deal about it. I thought he totally overreacted to that because I'm
sure it hurt.
Yeah.
The 95-mile-an-hour fastball off the kneecap.
That's fine. But, I mean, let's not act like you're dying. Yeah. And then, he there was one, I think it was a pitch yesterday or, in the game before that where it just was high and inside, and he kind of looked at the pitcher and, like, shook his head like, what's going on here? I'm like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
It was high and inside, nothing else. Anyway, he's, I think, the more hateable. But, I mean, my point always is that you want the team that you lost to win because it
I
makes
think
you
Wyman's
look
a
better.
psychopath.
There we go.
Yeah.
And if it ends up being like Houston, well, then we got something to talk about. But
so you're rooting for Toronto?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't get there.
Yeah.
I dislike them immensely now. Not Astros. Not to that level. Springer, yes. The other guys are likable. There's nobody on that team I look at and go, ugh, I can't stand that guy. It's Springer.
Yeah.
I mean, Vlad, hell of a player, man. Hell of a player.
Well, I'm going to turn it into mean texts right now. Yeah. I'm sure there's lots of people, but
I guess maybe I'm an outlier in that maybe there are more people on your side of the fence because I've said this for years. My favorite non-Mariner is Mookie Betts.
Yeah.
And Shohei's right there. I love watching those two guys play. Just as a baseball fan, I just love their game. I love the way they approach it. By all accounts, both completely class acts. And same with the Dodgers. There's nobody on the Dodgers I look at and go, oh, I can't stand that dude. You know what I mean? They're just, they seem like good dudes.
Seem like
good players. I mean, yeah, they're loaded. Yeah, they've paid a lot of money to assemble that team. I get it, but that's not the players' fault. I will be rooting hard for the Dodgers in this series, without question. Where are you at, Lefko?
No, I want the Dodgers all the way.
Yeah.
I think I almost feel worse if the Blue Jays win because you realize how close you were. Then you think you could have won. So, yeah. Go Dodgers.
Maybe.
And Wyman's a psychopath.
If they just blow out the Dodgers, you could make the case that, you're the second best team. Dodgers are not good.
That's not much of a moral victory for me. I'm not. That doesn't hold.
It's
much.
the logical way to look at it. I know that we're.
Are the texters letting you have it? Are they?
No, they're just disagreeing with me. Nope. Go Dodgers. There's one I can't read. If Toronto beat the Dodgers in 5, it would make us look good.
To who?
Huh?
I don't think anybody thinks of the Mariners at this point.
Yeah.
It makes us look good to who?
Toronto beats the Dodgers, the rest of the baseball world.
All right. I don't think anybody's going to go, they just beat the Dodgers. That Mariners team, let me tell you what. I don't think that's not how that's going to go. It's just the Mariners have been eliminated. The story now is just those two teams. And I'd like to have them fall on their face.
509. That's right, Dave. I like that thinking. And then where's the next one? Why would anyone want a Canadian team to win the World Series? That must have been Mark Schlereth.
That's right.
Texted that in.
He's got to think about those Canadians.
He wants to turn the entire country into cold storage.
That's right. One big freezer. All right, we'll get good perspective on everything that led to the Mariners' loss last night from MLB Network's Ryan Dempster. You'll hear that conversation coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
They restored hope to the loyal, longtime fans.
The Mariners will play in October.
And showed a new generation what October baseball looks like.
Get out the rye bread and mustard, Grandma. It is grand salami time. Eugenio Suarez.
The next season will hang a new banner.
The Seattle Mariners are champions in the American League West.
Congrats on a great run, boys, from your proud partners at Seattle Sports.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
At Bible Law Group, our team reflects the same lessons learned by our founder, James Bible, while playing for legendary Husky coach Don James. Coach James always said it's amazing what gets done when nobody claims credit. That's the philosophy we carry into every case, because your victory is what matters at Bible Law Group. When your legal problems hit biblical levels and you feel like you're stuck in a lion's den of litigation, you need a legal team that won't back down. At Bible Law, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months, or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pros don't just show up, they prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Lots of teams in Major League Baseball looking to fill managerial positions. The Angels have filled theirs. They've hired Kurt Suzuki as their new manager, turning to the longtime Major League catcher who has no professional coaching experience. Looking to him to turn things around. He spent 16 years playing for 5 franchises, won the 2019 World Series with the Washington Nationals, and spent the past 3 years as a special assistant to Angels GM Perry